Welcome to a journey into the deep past, where the endless grasslands of Central Asia stretch beneath vast, silent skies, and the rhythm of hoofbeats once echoed across the world. Tonight, we travel back to a time when empires rose and fell, not in marble halls, but on the open steppe, guided by stars, survival, and unbreakable will. This is the story of the Mongol Empire and of Genghis Khan, a man born into hardship who would reshape the destiny of continents. As the wind moves gently across the plains, imagine a fractured world of rival tribes, ancient traditions, and constant struggle, where loyalty meant life and betrayal meant death. From this unforgiving land emerged a leader whose vision united the steppe and carried its power far beyond the horizon. Through calm nights and distant fires, this story unfolds not only as a tale of conquest, but as a quiet transformation of the world itself. Trade routes awaken, cultures begin to meet, and ideas travel farther than ever before, weaving east and west into a single connected world. Let your thoughts slow as we follow this ancient path, where history moves like a steady river, carrying both shadow and light. Settle in, breathe deeply, and allow the story of the Mongols to guide you through a timeless landscape of ambition, resilience, and change.
The Mongol Empire stands as one of the most extraordinary and transformative forces in world history, and at the heart of this vast empire was a man born into hardship, violence, and uncertainty, Temujin, later known to the world as Genghis Khan. His story is not merely one of conquest, but of survival, adaptation, and the reshaping of political, military, and cultural systems across Eurasia. Born around 1162 near the Anan River in the harsh steppes of modern-day Mongolia, Temujin entered a world dominated by tribal rivalries, shifting alliances, and constant warfare. The Mongolian steppe was a land without cities or permanent states, where loyalty was fragile and power depended on strength, reputation, and kinship. From an early age, Temujin experienced the brutal realities of this environment, which would later shape his worldview and leadership style. His father, Yesugai, was a minor tribal leader of the Borjigin clan who had gained influence through alliances and marriage ties, including his marriage to Hoelin, Temujin's mother. However, this fragile stability collapsed when Yesugai was poisoned by a rival Tatars, leaving Temujin's family abandoned by their clan and cast into extreme poverty. After his father's death, Temujin's family faced starvation, social exclusion, and constant threats from rival tribes. Hoelin emerged as a strong and determined figure, teaching her children resilience and self-reliance in the face of betrayal. Temujin learned early that traditional tribal loyalty could not be trusted, and that survival required both strength and intelligence. These formative years were marked by violence, including the killing of his half-brother Begter, an act driven by internal family conflict and competition for leadership. This event, though shocking, reflected the harsh moral environment of the steppe, where authority and survival often outweighed kinship. Temujin's early life also included periods of captivity, notably when he was captured by the Taichiud tribe and enslaved. His eventual escape, aided by sympathetic individuals, reinforced his belief that loyalty should be based on merit and trust rather than bloodline alone. As Temujin grew into adulthood, he began to build alliances that would serve as the foundation of his future power. One of the most significant relationships in his early life was Togrul, also known as Wang Khan, leader of the Karayat tribe and a former ally of his father. Togrul initially supported Temujin, helping him reclaim his wife Berte after she was abducted by the Merkits, an event that strengthened Temujin's resolve and military experience. Another crucial relationship was with Jamuka, Temujin's childhood friend and blood brother. Jamuka represented the traditional aristocratic values of Mongol society, believing leadership should be reserved for those of noble lineage. Temujin, in contrast, began to attract followers from lower status clans by offering protection, rewards, and promotion based on loyalty and ability. This ideological divide eventually led to a bitter rivalry between the two men, symbolizing a broader conflict between old tribal hierarchies and a new, more inclusive system of leadership. The struggle between Temujin and Jamuka culminated in a series of wars that reshaped the Mongolian steppe. Although Jamuka initially held the advantage due to his noble status and alliances, Temujin's innovative approach to leadership gradually proved superior. He reorganized his followers into military units based on a decimal system, breaking traditional clan divisions and ensuring loyalty to him rather than to tribal leaders. This system allowed for greater discipline, coordination, and flexibility in battle. Temujin also enforced strict laws, later codified as the Yasa, which regulated behavior, promoted unity, and punished betrayal harshly. These measures created a sense of order and fairness that attracted more followers, including former enemies. Over time, Temujin defeated rival tribes such as the Tatars, Merkits, Naimans, and Karayats, either through direct conquest or strategic alliances. Each victory expanded his power and reinforced his reputation as a leader favored by eternal blue heaven, a central concept in Mongol spiritual belief. In 1206, after decades of struggle, Temujin achieved what no steppe leader before him had accomplished, the unification of the Mongol tribes under a single authority. At a grand assembly known as a Kurultai, he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler or oceanic leader. This moment marked the birth of the Mongol Empire and the transformation of Temujin from a tribal survivor into a world historical figure. As Genghis Khan, he no longer ruled merely as a clan chief, but as the supreme leader of a new political entity that transcended traditional tribal boundaries. He rewarded loyalty with positions of authority, often elevating individuals of humble origin to high ranks, thereby weakening the old aristocracy. This meritocratic approach ensured that competence and dedication became the primary criteria for leadership, a revolutionary concept in the steppe world. With the Mongol tribes united, Genghis Khan turned his attention outward. The steppe could not sustain a rapidly growing population and army, and external expansion offered both resources and security. His first major campaigns targeted the Tangut Kingdom of Western Xia and the Jin dynasty of northern China. These campaigns demonstrated the effectiveness of Mongol tactics, which combined speed, discipline, psychological warfare, and adaptation. Mongol cavalry units could travel vast distances with minimal supplies, using feigned retreats and coordinated attacks to confuse and destroy enemy forces. Genghis Khan also showed a willingness to learn from conquered peoples, incorporating Chinese engineers, siege specialists, and administrators into his army. This openness to innovation allowed the Mongols to overcome fortified cities, a challenge traditionally difficult for nomadic armies. Genghis Khan's leadership style was marked by extreme brutality and pragmatic tolerance. Cities that resisted Mongol rule often faced devastating punishment, including mass killings and destruction intended to discourage further resistance. At the same time, those who surrendered were often spared and integrated into the empire. Genghis Khan promoted religious tolerance, allowing Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and shamans to practice freely as long as they did not challenge Mongol authority. He understood that stable rule over diverse populations required flexibility and respect for local customs. Trade and communication were encouraged through the protection of merchants and the establishment of relay stations, which later evolved into the yam system. These policies laid the groundwork for increased cultural exchange across Eurasia. By the time of Genghis Khan's death in 1227, he had created the largest contiguous land empire the world had ever seen, stretching from the steppes of Mongolia to the edges of Central Asia and northern China. His death occurred during a campaign against Western Shah, and in keeping with Mongol tradition, the location of his burial was kept secret to prevent desecration. Although he did not live to see the full extent of Mongol expansion, his vision, institutions, and military system ensured that his successors would continue his work. The story of Genghis Khan in this first phase is therefore not only the tale of conquest, but of transformation, a man who rose from abandonment and hardship to reshape the political map of the world. His legacy would inspire fear, admiration, and debate for centuries, setting the stage for the further expansion and consolidation of the Mongol Empire in the generations that followed.
Following the death of Genghis Khan in 1227, the Mongol Empire did not fragment as many contemporaries expected. Instead, it entered a new phase of disciplined expansion, guided by the systems, laws, and vision he had established. Before his death, Genghis Khan carefully arranged the succession of power to prevent internal conflict, a common cause of collapse among steppe confederations. He divided the empire among his sons, but maintained overall unity by designating his third son, Ögedei, as the Great Khan. This decision reflected Genghis Khan's belief in balance, temperament, and administrative ability, rather than simple primogeniture. Ögedei inherited not only supreme authority, but also a highly organized military machine, a loyal nobility bound by merit, and a legal framework that emphasized obedience, discipline, and unity. The transition of power demonstrated that the Mongol Empire was no longer a loose tribal alliance, but a functioning imperial state capable of surviving beyond its founder. Ögedei Khan's reign marked the institutional consolidation of Mongol rule and the acceleration of conquest on an unprecedented scale. Unlike his father, who spent much of his life unifying the steppe and launching initial campaigns, Ögedei focused on administration, infrastructure, and systematic expansion. He established Karakorum as the imperial capital, transforming it from a simple encampment into a cosmopolitan center that attracted merchants, artisans, diplomats, and scholars from across Eurasia. Under his leadership, the Yam postal relay system was expanded, allowing messengers to travel vast distances with remarkable speed, ensuring effective communication across the empire. Taxation systems were introduced in conquered regions, often administered by local officials under Mongol supervision, reflecting a pragmatic approach to governance. These reforms allowed the empire to extract resources efficiently while maintaining relative stability among diverse populations. Militarily, Ögedei continued the Mongol tradition of relentless expansion. One of the most significant campaigns of this period was the final destruction of the Jin dynasty in northern China. The Mongols employed advanced siege techniques learned from Chinese and Muslim engineers, demonstrating their adaptability and willingness to integrate foreign knowledge. Cities that once seemed impregnable fell one by one, and by 1234, the Jin dynasty was completely annihilated. This victory secured Mongol dominance over northern China and provided enormous wealth, manpower, and administrative expertise to the empire. At the same time, Mongol armies pushed westward into Central Asia and Eastern Europe, opening a new and terrifying chapter in European history. The western campaigns were led primarily by Batu Khan, the son of Jochi, and the brilliant general Subutai, one of Genghis Khan's most trusted commanders. Their invasion of the Russian principalities revealed the devastating effectiveness of Mongol strategy. Russian forces, divided by internal rivalries, were defeated in a series of battles, including the crushing victory at the Kalka River. Cities such as Kiev were destroyed, and the region fell under Mongol domination, later known as the Golden Horde. The Mongols did not merely conquer, they reshaped political structures, imposing tribute systems and influencing succession practices among Russian princes. This period left a lasting impact on Eastern Europe, shaping its political development for centuries. The Mongol advance did not stop in Russia. In the early 1240s, Mongol armies penetrated deep into Central Europe, defeating Hungarian and Polish forces in decisive battles. European chroniclers described the invaders as an unstoppable force, spreading fear and confusion across the continent. Only the sudden death of Ögedei Khan in 1241 halted the advance, as Mongol leaders were required to return east to participate in the selection of a new great Khan. This event likely spared much of Western Europe from direct Mongol rule, highlighting how internal Mongol political traditions influenced global history. The temporary withdrawal demonstrated that despite their ferocity, the Mongols operated within a structured political system that prioritized legitimacy and unity. The election of the next great Khan, however, revealed growing tensions within the ruling family. After a period of regency under Ögedei's widow, Turagene, their son Guyuk Khan ascended the throne. Guyuk's reign was marked by internal conflict, particularly with Batu Khan, reflecting deeper divisions between different branches of Genghis Khan's descendants. These rivalries did not immediately destroy the empire, but they weakened central authority and foreshadowed future fragmentation. Despite these tensions, Mongol institutions remained strong enough to sustain imperial rule, and the empire continued to function as a connected political and economic space. One of the most significant developments during this period was the expansion of trade and cultural exchange across Eurasia, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica. The Mongols actively protected trade routes, reduced banditry, and standardized laws across vast territories, enabling merchants to travel from East Asia to the Mediterranean with relative safety. Goods such as silk, spices, precious metals, and textiles moved along these routes, while ideas, technologies, and knowledge flowed in both directions. Papermaking, gunpowder technology, medical knowledge, and astronomical concepts spread widely during this era. The Mongols also facilitated diplomatic exchanges, sending envoys to European courts and receiving missionaries, traders, and scholars from distant lands. Religious tolerance remained a defining feature of Mongol rule. Successive Khans continued Genghis Khan's policy of allowing multiple faiths to coexist within the empire. Buddhist monasteries, Islamic mosques, Christian churches, and shamanistic practices all found space under Mongol authority. This tolerance was not based on ideological pluralism, but practical governance. The Mongols recognized that imposing a single belief system would provoke resistance and instability. Instead, they demanded loyalty and tribute while allowing spiritual autonomy. This approach contributed to the relative stability of Mongol rule over culturally diverse regions. Despite these achievements, the empire faced increasing challenges. The sheer size of Mongol territory made centralized control difficult, and communication delays, though improved, could not fully bridge the distances involved. Regional rulers gained greater autonomy, and loyalties increasingly shifted from the Great Khan to local khanates. Over time, the empire evolved into four major divisions: the Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Golden Horde in Russia. While these khanates shared a common heritage and maintained diplomatic ties, they often pursued independent policies and occasionally clashed with one another. The legacy of Genghis Khan during this second phase of Mongol history became increasingly complex. To conquered peoples, the Mongols were often remembered for destruction and suffering, yet they also brought order, stability, and unprecedented connectivity. Cities devastated during conquest were sometimes rebuilt as thriving centers of trade and administration.
Legal reforms, census systems, and standardized taxation reshaped local governance. The Mongol emphasis on merit and loyalty continued to influence political culture within the empire, even as internal divisions grew. Part 2 of the Mongol story thus represents the transformation of conquest into empire. It was a period in which the foundations laid by Genghis Khan were tested, expanded, and adapted by his successors. The Mongol Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, connected distant civilizations, and altered the course of world history. At the same time, the seeds of fragmentation were sown, setting the stage for both the remarkable achievements and the eventual decline that would follow. This era stands as a testament to the enduring power of Genghis Khan's vision and the profound impact of Mongol rule on the medieval world.
As the Mongol Empire moved deeper into the 13th century, the vast dominion created by Genghis Khan and expanded by his immediate successors entered a phase of transformation marked by both extraordinary cultural integration and growing political fragmentation. After the death of Guyuk Khan, the struggle for supreme authority intensified among the descendants of Genghis Khan, revealing the limits of unity within such an immense empire. Eventually, power shifted to Menke Khan, a grandson of Genghis Khan through his son Tolui. Menke's accession in 1251 represented an attempt to restore strong central authority and reaffirm the original principles of Mongol governance. He sought to curb corruption, reform taxation, and reassert control over regional rulers who had grown increasingly independent. Menke's reign demonstrated that the idea of a unified Mongol empire was still alive, even as centrifugal forces continued to pull it apart. Menke Khan placed great emphasis on administrative reform and military discipline, understanding that conquest alone could no longer sustain the empire. He ordered comprehensive censuses across Mongol territories to ensure fair taxation and prevent abuse by local officials. These measures were often resented by elites, but improved imperial revenue and strengthened central oversight. Menke also continued the policy of religious tolerance, personally engaging with Buddhist monks, Muslim scholars, and Christian leaders. His court became a center of intellectual exchange, reflecting the increasingly cosmopolitan nature of Mongol rule. At the same time, Menke authorized major military campaigns designed to secure the empire's borders and expand its influence, particularly in China and the Islamic world. One of the most consequential decisions of Menke's reign was the appointment of his brothers to lead major campaigns. Kublai Khan was sent to continue the conquest of southern China, while Hulagu Khan was tasked with expanding Mongol power in the Middle East. These campaigns would permanently reshape the political and cultural landscape of Eurasia. Hulagu's advance into Persia and Mesopotamia culminated in the capture of Baghdad in 1258, an event that shocked the Islamic world. Baghdad, long a center of learning and the symbolic heart of the Abbasid Caliphate, was devastated, and the caliph was killed. This marked the effective end of Abbasid political authority and demonstrated the overwhelming power of the Mongol war machine. Yet Hulagu did not rule through destruction alone. He established the Ilkhanate, a Mongol state that gradually adopted Persian administrative practices and culture, blending steppe traditions with settled governance. Meanwhile, Kublai Khan's campaign in China represented a different kind of challenge. Southern China was densely populated, economically advanced, and culturally sophisticated, requiring more than military force to control. Kublai recognized that to rule China effectively, he needed to adopt elements of Chinese statecraft. Over time, he embraced Confucian administrative methods, employed Chinese officials, and promoted agricultural development. After years of struggle, the Mongols completed the conquest of the Song dynasty in 1279, bringing all of China under Mongol rule for the first time in history.
Kublai Khan proclaimed the Yuan dynasty, positioning himself not only as a Mongol Khan, but also as a Chinese emperor. This marked a profound transformation in Mongol identity, as the conquerors became rulers of one of the world's oldest civilizations. The rise of Kublai Khan coincided with a decisive shift in the balance of power within the Mongol world. After Menke Khan's death in 1259, a civil war erupted between Kublai and his brother Arek Bokeh over the title of Great Khan. This conflict exposed deep divisions between Mongols who favored traditional steppe values and those who supported adaptation to sedentary societies. Kublai ultimately emerged victorious, but his authority was not universally recognized. Other Mongol rulers, particularly in Central Asia and Russia, increasingly acted independently. Although Kublai held the title of Great Khan, the empire, in practice, had become a collection of semi-autonomous khanates united by shared ancestry rather than centralized control. Despite political fragmentation, the Mongol world of the 13th century remained deeply interconnected. Trade networks flourished under Mongol protection, linking East Asia, Central Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Merchants traveled vast distances using passports issued by Mongol authorities, benefiting from standardized laws and secure routes. Cities such as Samarkand, Bukhara, Tabriz, and Khanbalik became vibrant hubs of commerce and culture. The movement of people was equally significant. Artisans, scholars, engineers, and physicians were relocated across the empire, spreading skills and knowledge. This unprecedented level of connectivity accelerated technological and cultural exchange, shaping the development of societies far beyond Mongol borders. The Mongols' impact on science and knowledge was profound, though often indirect. They patronized astronomers, cartographers, and physicians, recognizing the practical value of expertise. Observatories were built, calendars refined, and medical texts translated between languages. Chinese innovations, such as printing techniques and gunpowder weapons, spread westward, while Islamic advances in mathematics, medicine, and astronomy influenced East Asia. European travelers like Marco Polo provided detailed accounts of Mongol lands, expanding European understanding of Asia and inspiring future exploration. The Mongol Empire thus functioned as a vast conduit for the exchange of ideas, even as it was born through violence and conquest. Socially, Mongol rule produced complex impacts, sometimes contradictory outcomes. In many regions, the initial conquests caused massive loss of life and destruction of infrastructure. Entire cities were erased and populations displaced. Yet in the aftermath, Mongol administrators often sought stability and economic recovery. Agricultural production was restored, irrigation systems repaired, and trade encouraged. The Mongols generally avoided interfering in local customs and social structures as long as taxes were paid and order maintained. This pragmatic approach allowed many societies to recover and even prosper under Mongol rule, though memories of conquest remained deeply traumatic. The Mongol military system continued to be a central pillar of imperial power during this period. Discipline, mobility, and coordination remained unmatched by most contemporary armies. However, as Mongol forces became more settled and integrated into local societies, their traditional advantages began to erode. Maintaining large cavalry armies was expensive, and reliance on local troops sometimes reduced cohesion. Naval campaigns, such as Kublai Khan's failed invasions of Japan, revealed the limits of Mongol adaptability. Typhoons and logistical challenges contributed to these defeats, undermining the aura of invincibility that had long surrounded Mongol arms. Socially, the Mongols themselves were changing. Intermarriage with local populations, adoption of foreign religions, and participation in sedentary administration transformed Mongol elites. In Persia, many Mongols converted to Islam. In China, they adopted aspects of Confucian governance. In Central Asia, Turkic and Islamic influences grew stronger. While these adaptations helped Mongol rulers govern effectively, they also weakened the shared identity that had once united the empire. Loyalty increasingly shifted from the idea of a universal Mongol order to regional states and local interests. The legacy of Genghis Khan during this third phase of Mongol history was both enduring and contested. His laws, military principles, and vision of merit-based leadership continued to influence governance across the Mongol world. At the same time, the realities of ruling vast, diverse populations forced his successors to compromise and adapt. The empire was no longer a single, unstoppable force, but a network of powerful states shaped by local conditions. Yet even in fragmentation, the Mongol world remained interconnected in ways that reshaped global history. Part 3 of the Mongol story captures a moment of transition. It was an era in which conquest gave way to administration, and unity gave way to diversity. The empire reached new heights of cultural and economic integration while moving steadily toward political division. The foundations laid by Genghis Khan continued to support remarkable achievements, even as the original vision of a single Mongol empire faded. This complex legacy would define the Mongol impact on world history, influencing the rise and fall of states, the flow of ideas, and the connections between civilizations for centuries to come.
By the late 13th and early 14th centuries, the Mongol world entered a decisive phase in which the immense achievements of earlier generations confronted the realities of overextension, internal conflict, and changing global conditions. The empire founded by Genghis Khan and expanded by his sons and grandsons no longer functioned as a unified political entity. Instead, it existed as four major khanates, each shaped by local cultures, economic pressures, and distinct political ambitions. While these states shared a common Mongol heritage, their paths increasingly diverged, marking the gradual decline of the Mongol imperial system as a cohesive force. This period was not defined by sudden collapse, but by slow transformation, adaptation, and erosion of the structures that had once made the Mongols unstoppable. The Yuan dynasty in China, ruled by the descendants of Kublai Khan, illustrates both the heights and limits of Mongol adaptation. Kublai's successors inherited a sophisticated but fragile state that depended heavily on bureaucratic efficiency, agricultural productivity, and social stability. Over time, Yuan rulers struggled to balance Mongol privilege with the expectations of the Chinese majority. Mongols occupied the highest social rank, followed by Central Asians, Northern Chinese, and Southern Chinese at the bottom, creating deep resentment. Heavy taxation, inflation caused by excessive paper money issuance, and corruption within the administration weakened the economy. Natural disasters such as floods of the Yellow River and widespread famine further undermined confidence in Mongol rule. As rebellions spread, including the powerful Red Turban movement, the Yuan dynasty lost its grip, eventually falling in 1368 to the Ming dynasty. This marked the end of Mongol rule in China and symbolized the retreat of the Mongols from one of their most important conquests. In the western regions, the Il Khanate in Persia experienced a different but equally significant transformation. Initially founded through conquest and destruction, the Il Khanate gradually became a Persian Islamic state. Mongol elites adopted Persian administrative practices and crucially converted to Islam under rulers such as Ghazan Khan. This conversion helped legitimize Mongol authority among Muslim subjects and stabilized governance for a time. Ghazan implemented reforms in taxation, land management, and legal administration, reviving economic life after decades of disruption. However, these reforms depended heavily on strong leadership. After Ghazan and his immediate successors, the Il Khanate suffered from succession disputes, fiscal strain, and declining military cohesion. By the mid-14th century, the Il Khanate fragmented into smaller regional powers, ending Mongol dominance in Persia as a unified state.
The Golden Horde, which ruled over the Russian principalities and the Eurasian steppe, followed yet another trajectory. For generations, Mongol Khans exerted influence through tribute rather than direct administration, allowing local rulers to govern under Mongol oversight. This system proved effective for a time, providing steady revenue and maintaining order. Over the years, however, internal conflicts, economic changes, and the rise of stronger Russian states weakened Mongol authority. The conversion of the Golden Horde's rulers to Islam altered political dynamics, while outbreaks of plague devastated populations and trade networks. The Black Death, which spread along Mongol trade routes in the mid-14th century, caused massive demographic and economic disruption. As Moscow and other Russian centers grew stronger, they gradually resisted Mongol control, culminating in the eventual decline of Mongol dominance in the region. In Central Asia, the Chagatai Khanate faced persistent instability. This region, closer to the Mongol heartland, struggled to reconcile nomadic traditions with the demands of ruling settled populations. Frequent power struggles among rival princes weakened central authority, while economic decline reduced the Khanate's influence. Over time, the Chagatai realm split into eastern and western halves, each following different political and cultural paths. The western regions became increasingly Islamic and Persianized, while the eastern areas retained more nomadic traditions. This fragmentation reflected the broader pattern across the Mongol world, where local conditions reshaped Mongol identity and governance. Several underlying factors contributed to the overall decline of Mongol power. One of the most significant was the problem of succession. The Mongol tradition of dividing territories among family members created competing centers of power and frequent conflict. While early leaders managed these tensions through strong authority and shared purpose, later generations lacked the unifying vision of Genghis Khan. Civil wars drained resources, weakened armies, and undermined legitimacy. At the same time, the vast size of Mongol territories made effective centralized control increasingly difficult, even with advanced communication systems. Economic challenges also played a critical role. The Mongol economy relied heavily on trade, tribute, and agricultural production in conquered lands. Disruptions caused by war, rebellion, and disease reduced revenue and strained state finances. Over-reliance on taxation and forced labor provoked resistance among subject populations. In China, inflation eroded trust in government currency. In Persia, declining trade routes weakened urban centers. The very networks that had once fueled Mongol prosperity became channels for crisis, particularly during pandemics. Military factors further contributed to decline. The Mongol army, once unmatched in mobility and discipline, gradually lost its edge. As Mongol forces settled and relied more on local troops, traditional cavalry tactics became less effective. Enemy states adapted, developing new fortifications, weapons, and strategies to counter Mongol warfare. Naval expeditions, such as the failed invasions of Japan and Southeast Asia, exposed Mongol logistics and planning. Maintaining large armies became increasingly expensive, and military loyalty often shifted to regional leaders rather than imperial authority. Culturally and socially, the Mongols underwent profound change. Intermarriage, religious conversion, and adoption of local customs transformed Mongol elites into regional rulers rather than steppe conquerors. While this helped stabilize rule in the short term, it diluted the shared identity that had once unified the empire. The idea of a universal Mongol order sanctioned by eternal blue heaven lost its power as regional loyalties took precedence. Mongol rulers became Chinese emperors, Persian shahs, or Islamic khans, each embedded in local traditions and political systems. Despite decline, the Mongol legacy remained deeply embedded in the societies they once ruled. Administrative practices, legal reforms, and military techniques influenced successor states. Trade routes established or protected by the Mongols continued to facilitate exchange long after Mongol power faded. Cultural interactions initiated during Mongol rule reshaped languages, technologies, and intellectual traditions across Eurasia. Even the trauma of conquest left lasting marks, shaping collective memory and historical narratives in many regions. The story of the Mongol Empire in this fourth phase is therefore one of transformation rather than simple failure. The empire did not vanish overnight. It evolved, fragmented, and merged into the political landscapes of Eurasia. The decline of centralized Mongol power reflected broader historical forces, including economic change, environmental stress, and the limits of imperial expansion. Genghis Khan's vision had created a world connected as never before, but sustaining that world required structures and compromises that ultimately reshaped Mongol identity itself. Part 4 of the Mongol saga captures the end of an era. It shows how the greatest land empire in history struggled to adapt to the challenges of governance, diversity, and time. While Mongol rule receded, its impact endured, influencing the rise of new states and the course of global history. The decline of the Mongol Empire thus stands not as a negation of its achievements, but as a testament to the complexity of empire building and the lasting power of historical transformation.
In the final phase of the Mongol imperial story, the focus shifts from political dominance to historical legacy, long-term consequences, and the enduring influence of Genghis Khan and his empire on the modern world. Although the centralized Mongol Empire had fragmented and Mongol dynasties had fallen from power by the late 14th century, the transformations initiated by Mongol rule continued to shape societies across Eurasia for centuries. The Mongols were not merely conquerors who appeared and vanished. They were catalysts of global change whose impact reached far beyond the lifespan of their political institutions. Part 5 of the Mongol saga, therefore, examines how the empire's systems, ideas, and disruptions reshaped world history and how Genghis Khan's legacy evolved over time. One of the most profound and lasting contributions of the Mongol Empire was the creation of a truly interconnected Eurasian world. By unifying vast territories under a single political and military framework, the Mongols reduced barriers to movement, trade, and communication on a scale never seen before. The Silk Road network, which had existed for centuries, reached its peak under Mongol protection. Merchants could travel from China to the Mediterranean with unprecedented safety, supported by standardized laws, passports, and relay stations. This connectivity did more than move goods. It enabled the large-scale exchange of ideas, technologies, and knowledge. Innovations such as gunpowder weapons, printing techniques, navigational tools, and medical practices spread across continents, accelerating global development. The Mongol role in facilitating cultural and scientific exchange reshaped intellectual history. Scholars from different civilizations encountered new texts, methods, and perspectives through Mongol-sponsored translation and patronage. Islamic astronomy influenced Chinese calendar reforms, while Chinese engineering knowledge improved infrastructure in Central Asia and the Middle East. European awareness of Asia expanded dramatically through travelers and envoys who moved through Mongol territories. Accounts by figures such as Marco Polo introduced Europeans to new concepts of geography, governance, and wealth, challenging traditional worldviews and indirectly encouraging later exploration. In this sense, the Mongol Empire acted as a bridge between civilizations, compressing distances and accelerating historical processes. Administratively, the Mongols left behind durable models of governance that influenced successor states. Their emphasis on census-taking, taxation systems, legal codification, and merit-based appointments reshaped political culture in many regions. Even where Mongol rule was resented, local rulers often retained Mongol administrative practices because of their efficiency. The idea that loyalty and competence could outweigh noble birth represented a significant shift from older aristocratic traditions.
While later states adapted these systems to their own needs, the Mongol contribution to statecraft remained embedded in political institutions across Eurasia. The military legacy of the Mongols was equally significant. Mongol strategies emphasized speed, intelligence gathering, coordination, and psychological warfare. Their use of mobility, combined arms, and disciplined command structures influenced military thinking long after their decline. Many later armies studied and adapted Mongol tactics, particularly in the use of cavalry and strategic deception. At the same time, resistance to Mongol invasions drove innovation among their enemies, encouraging the development of stronger fortifications, new weapons, and more centralized military organization. In this way, Mongol warfare reshaped both sides of the battlefield, accelerating the evolution of military technology and strategy. However, the Mongol legacy was not solely of progress and connection. The empire's rise was accompanied by immense destruction, loss of life, and cultural trauma. Entire cities were destroyed, populations displaced, and ecosystems disrupted. In many regions, memories of Mongol conquest became symbols of catastrophe and suffering, passed down through generations. These experiences shaped historical narratives that emphasized Mongol brutality and chaos. Modern historians continue to debate the scale and nature of Mongol violence, balancing recognition of their administrative achievements with acknowledgement of the human cost of conquest. This dual legacy reflects the complexity of empire building and the moral ambiguities of historical transformation. Genghis Khan himself became a powerful and evolving symbol in world history. During his lifetime, he was revered by followers as a divinely favored leader and feared by enemies as a force of destruction. After his death, his image shifted according to cultural context. In regions that suffered under Mongol invasions, he was remembered as a ruthless conqueror. In Mongolia, however, he became a unifying national figure, representing strength, resilience, and identity. In the modern era, Genghis Khan has been reinterpreted as a nation builder, lawgiver, and visionary leader who laid the foundations of a globalized world. These contrasting images reveal how historical memory is shaped by perspective and experience. The genetic and demographic impact of the Mongol Empire further underscores its lasting influence. Modern genetic studies suggest that millions of people across Eurasia share ancestry linked to Genghis Khan and his lineage, reflecting the social and political dominance of Mongol elites. Population movements triggered by Mongol conquests reshaped ethnic and cultural landscapes, particularly in Central Asia. Cities destroyed during conquest were sometimes repopulated by new groups, altering linguistic and cultural patterns. These demographic shifts contributed to the emergence of new identities and social structures that persist today. The Mongol role in the spread of disease also had far-reaching consequences. The same trade networks that facilitated economic and cultural exchange enabled the transmission of pandemics, most notably the Black Death. Originating in Central Asia and spreading along Mongol-controlled routes, the plague devastated populations across Eurasia in the 14th century. While the Mongols did not cause the disease, their interconnected world accelerated its spread. The demographic collapse that followed reshaped labor systems, economies, and social relations, particularly in Europe, contributing to the decline of feudalism and the rise of new social orders. In the centuries following the decline of Mongol political power, successive states built upon the foundations the Mongols had laid. In China, the Ming dynasty inherited administrative systems and territorial unity forged under Mongol rule. In Russia, the experience of Mongol domination influenced state building, taxation, and military organization, contributing to the rise of a centralized Russian state. In the Islamic world, Mongol rulers who converted to Islam became patrons of art, architecture, and scholarship, leaving cultural legacies that blended steppe and sedentary traditions.
Even as Mongol identity faded, Mongol influence remained woven into the fabric of these societies. Historical scholarship increasingly views the Mongol Empire as a turning point in global history rather than a temporary anomaly. The Mongols demonstrated that nomadic societies could create complex, durable imperial systems capable of governing diverse populations. They challenged assumptions about civilization, showing that mobility, adaptability, and openness to foreign knowledge could be sources of strength. At the same time, their story highlights the limits of conquest and the challenges of sustaining unity across vast and diverse territories. These lessons remain relevant in discussions of power, globalization, and cultural interaction. Part 5 of the Mongol narrative, therefore, serves as a conclusion not only to the story of an empire, but to the story of an era. It reveals how the world shaped by Genghis Khan did not disappear with the fall of Mongol dynasties, but evolved into new forms. The Mongol Empire accelerated connections, disrupted old orders, and set in motion changes that defined the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. Its legacy is visible in trade networks, state institutions, cultural exchanges, and historical memory. The story of the Mongol Empire ultimately reminds us that history is not solely defined by borders and rulers, but by processes that continue long after empires fall. Genghis Khan's rise from the harsh Mongolian steppe to the center of world history illustrates the power of vision, adaptability, and organization. His empire reshaped the world in ways both destructive and creative, leaving a legacy that continues to influence global civilization. In this final part, the Mongol saga stands complete, not as a closed chapter, but as a foundation upon which much of the modern world was built.
In the sixth phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, attention turns toward the post-imperial Mongol world and how Mongol identity, power, and memory survived after the collapse of centralized rule. Even after the fall of the great Khanates, the Mongols did not disappear from history. Instead, they adapted to new political realities, influencing regional powers and preserving elements of their culture and traditions. This period reveals how an empire can end politically, yet continue culturally, socially, and symbolically across centuries. The descendants of Genghis Khan remained influential, and the legacy of Mongol rule continued to shape Eurasian politics long after the empire itself had fragmented. Following the retreat of the Mongols from China after the fall of the Yuan dynasty, many Mongol groups returned to the steppe regions of Mongolia, where they re-established nomadic lifestyles. However, this return was not a simple restoration of the old order. Centuries of imperial rule had transformed Mongol society. Exposure to Chinese, Persian, Islamic, and Turkic cultures had altered Mongol political thinking, military organization, and religious practices. Buddhism, particularly Tibetan Buddhism, gradually became dominant among the Mongols, replacing earlier shamanistic traditions. This religious shift provided a new source of unity and legitimacy for Mongol leaders in a world where imperial conquest was no longer viable. In Inner Asia, Mongol tribes continued to play a crucial role in regional politics. Various Mongol confederations emerged, often competing with one another and with neighboring powers such as the Ming dynasty in China and emerging Turkic states in Central Asia. Although these Mongol groups lacked the unified strength of the earlier empire, they retained formidable military traditions. Steppe warfare, mobility, and cavalry skills remained central to their identity. Mongol leaders frequently engaged in raids, alliances, and diplomacy, influencing border politics and military strategies of settled states. The Ming dynasty, for example, invested heavily in fortifications and military reforms, largely in response to the continued threat posed by Mongol forces.
The legacy of Genghis Khan remained a powerful political tool during this era. Claiming descent from Genghis Khan conferred legitimacy and prestige, particularly in Central Asia. Many rulers sought to associate themselves with the Mongol imperial lineage, even when they were not ethnically Mongol. This phenomenon was most clearly visible in the rise of later conquerors, such as Timur, also known as Tamerlane. Although Timur was not a direct descendant of Genghis Khan, he ruled in the name of Chinggisid legitimacy, marrying into the Mongol royal line and adopting Mongol symbols of authority. His empire revived aspects of Mongol military organization and imperial ambition, demonstrating how Mongol political culture continued to shape state-building long after the original empire had fallen. In the Russian lands, the end of Mongol dominance did not erase Mongol influence. The political systems developed under Mongol rule left lasting marks on Russian governance. Practices such as centralized taxation, census-taking, and military obligation were inherited and adapted by emerging Russian states, particularly Moscow. The experience of subordination to the Golden Horde shaped Russian political culture, reinforcing the importance of strong centralized authority and disciplined administration. Even after Mongol power declined, the memory of Mongol rule continued to influence Russian identity and historical consciousness. Culturally, the Mongol legacy persisted through language, art, and social customs across Eurasia. Mongol and Turkic languages influenced one another, creating linguistic blends that remain visible today. Artistic styles developed under Mongol patronage, particularly in Persia and Central Asia, continued to flourish in later Islamic states. Architectural forms, decorative motifs, and manuscript traditions reflected the synthesis of Mongol, Persian, and Islamic influences. These cultural expressions demonstrate that Mongol rule was not merely destructive, but also generative, fostering new forms of creativity through cross-cultural interaction. The memory of the Mongol Empire evolved differently across regions. In Europe and the Middle East, the Mongols were often remembered primarily as invaders associated with devastation and fear. Chronicles emphasized destruction, massacres, and divine punishment, reinforcing negative images that persisted for centuries. In contrast, in Mongolia itself, Genghis Khan became a symbol of unity, strength, and national pride. Oral traditions, legends, and historical narratives preserved his image as the founder of the Mongol people and the embodiment of their resilience. In the modern era, this symbolic role has become even more prominent, shaping national identity and cultural revival movements. The Mongol contribution to global history also became clearer with the passage of time. Historians began to recognize that the Mongol Empire had accelerated processes of globalization long before the modern age. By connecting distant regions, standardizing systems, and encouraging mobility, the Mongols reshaped economic and cultural patterns. The post-imperial world inherited these connections, even as political unity disappeared. Trade routes remained active, diplomatic practices endured, and shared knowledge continued to circulate. The Mongol era thus served as a bridge between ancient and early modern worlds. Environmental and economic factors also influenced the post-imperial Mongol experience. Changes in climate affected pasture availability on the steppe, shaping migration patterns and political stability. Economic shifts reduced the profitability of long-distance overland trade, especially with the rise of maritime routes. These changes limited the strategic importance of steppe empires and contributed to the decline of nomadic dominance in global politics. Nevertheless, Mongol communities adapted by integrating into regional economies and political systems, ensuring their continued survival. The story of the Mongols after empire challenges simplistic narratives of rise and fall. Rather than disappearing, the Mongols transformed, leaving behind a legacy that influenced successor states, cultural traditions, and historical memory. Their experience illustrates how imperial power can dissolve while cultural influence endures. The institutions, ideas, and connections created under Mongol rule continued to shape Eurasia in subtle but significant ways. Part 6 of the Mongol saga therefore emphasizes continuity amid change. It reveals how the Mongols navigated a world no longer dominated by their empire, adapting to new realities while preserving a strong sense of identity. The legacy of Genghis Khan lived on not only through conquest and empire, but through memory, culture, and influence. This phase underscores the enduring power of historical transformation and prepares the ground for understanding how the Mongol past continues to resonate in the modern world.
In the seventh phase of the Mongol Empire story, the narrative moves firmly into the modern and contemporary era, examining how the memory, symbolism, and historical interpretation of Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire have evolved from the early modern period to the present day. This stage is not about conquest or political rule, but about how history is remembered, reinterpreted, and used to construct identity, power, and meaning. The Mongol Empire, though long vanished as a political force, continues to live powerfully in textbooks, national myths, academic debates, and popular culture. Part 7 explores how the Mongol past was judged, reshaped, and revived in a changing world. After the decline of Mongol political power, early modern historians in Europe, the Middle East, and China often portrayed the Mongols through highly moralized narratives. In Europe, Mongols were remembered as apocalyptic invaders, frequently associated with divine punishment and chaos. Medieval and early modern chronicles emphasized destruction, massacres, and fear, reinforcing the image of the Mongols as barbaric outsiders threatening civilization. These narratives were shaped by trauma, limited information, and religious worldviews that interpreted catastrophe as moral judgment. As a result, Genghis Khan became a symbol of terror rather than a complex historical figure. This perception dominated European thought for centuries and strongly influenced how the Mongol Empire was taught and understood. In the Islamic world, historical memory was more nuanced but still deeply marked by loss. The destruction of Baghdad and the end of the Abbasid Caliphate left an enduring scar on Islamic historical consciousness. Many Muslim historians condemned the Mongols for their violence, yet later accounts also acknowledged the transformation that followed, especially after Mongol rulers converted to Islam and became patrons of scholarship, architecture, and law. Over time, Mongol rulers such as Ghazan Khan were remembered not only as conquerors but as reformers. This dual memory reflects the tension between devastation and recovery that characterized Mongol rule in the Islamic world. In China, official histories written under the Ming dynasty portrayed the Yuan rulers as foreign oppressors who had lost the mandate of heaven. Confucian scholars emphasized Mongol misrule, corruption, and moral failure to legitimize Ming authority. At the same time, many administrative practices developed under Mongol rule were quietly retained, revealing a gap between ideological condemnation and practical continuity. The Mongols were remembered as outsiders, yet their impact on Chinese governance, territorial unity, and military organization could not be erased. This selective memory shaped Chinese historical narratives well into the modern era. Within Mongolia itself, the memory of Genghis Khan followed a very different path. Oral traditions, epic poetry, and clan histories preserved his image as a heroic founder and unifier. Even during periods of foreign domination, including Qing rule, Genghis Khan remained a powerful symbol of Mongol identity. However, open celebration of his legacy was often restricted, and Mongol history was marginalized within imperial narratives.
Despite this, the idea of descent from Genghis Khan continued to carry prestige, and his story remained central to Mongol cultural memory. The modern reinterpretation of the Mongol Empire began in earnest during the 19th and 20th centuries as historical scholarship became more systematic and global in scope. European historians, influenced by new methods and access to sources, began to reassess the Mongols beyond simplistic stereotypes. Scholars recognized the administrative sophistication, legal systems, and economic policies that underpinned Mongol rule. The concept of Pax Mongolica emerged, highlighting the role of the Mongols in facilitating trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across Eurasia. This shift did not deny Mongol violence, but placed it within a broader analytical framework, comparing it to the practices of other empires. At the same time, the rise of nationalism transformed how Mongol history was used and understood. In Mongolia, the 20th century saw a dramatic revival of interest in Genghis Khan as a national symbol. Following independence and later the end of socialist rule, Genghis Khan became central to national identity, appearing in monuments, currency, literature, and political discourse. He was reimagined as a visionary leader, lawgiver, and embodiment of Mongol resilience. This revival was not merely historical, but deeply emotional, reflecting a desire to reclaim pride after centuries of foreign domination. In neighboring regions, Mongol history was also reinterpreted in light of modern national narratives. In Russia, the legacy of Mongol rule was debated intensely. Some historians emphasize the negative impact of Mongol domination on political development, while others argued that Mongol administrative practices contributed to the rise of a strong, centralized Russian state. This debate reflects broader questions about identity, modernization, and historical responsibility. The Mongol past became a lens through which modern societies examined their own origins and trajectories. Popular culture has played a major role in shaping contemporary perceptions of the Mongol Empire. Novels, films, television series, and video games have reintroduced Genghis Khan and the Mongols to global audiences. These portrayals vary widely, ranging from brutal warlords to strategic geniuses and nation builders. While popular representations often simplify history for dramatic effect, they have contributed to renewed interest in Mongol history and sparked public debate. The Mongols have become part of a shared global imagination, symbolizing both the destructive and creative potential of power. Academically, the Mongol Empire is now widely recognized as a turning point in world history. Modern historians emphasize its role in accelerating globalization, reshaping political boundaries, and connecting civilizations. Comparative studies place the Mongols alongside other great empires, analyzing how nomadic societies created durable systems of rule. The Mongols challenged traditional assumptions about civilization, showing that mobility, adaptability, and openness to foreign knowledge can be sources of strength rather than weakness. This perspective has broadened the study of history beyond sedentary, state-centered models. The ethical evaluation of the Mongol Empire remains complex and contested. On one hand, the scale of violence, destruction, and loss of life cannot be ignored. On the other hand, the Mongols did not act outside the norms of their time, and their methods were often comparable to those of other empires. Modern scholarship seeks to avoid moral extremes, instead situating Mongol actions within historical context while acknowledging their human cost. This balanced approach reflects a broader trend in historiography toward complexity rather than judgment. The legacy of Genghis Khan as an individual continues to evolve. He's remembered simultaneously as a ruthless conqueror and a visionary leader who created order from chaos. His emphasis on merit, loyalty, and law resonates with modern values, while his methods raise enduring moral questions. This duality makes him one of the most debated figures in world history. His life story, rising from abandonment and hardship to global influence, continues to fascinate and reinterpret.
Part 7 of the Mongol saga therefore focuses on memory rather than empire. It shows how history does not end with political collapse, but continues to live through interpretation, debate, and identity. The Mongol Empire's meaning has changed across time and place, shaped by trauma, pride, scholarship, and imagination. Genghis Khan's story has been condemned, celebrated, and re-examined, reflecting the values and concerns of each era. This phase reminds us that history is not static. The Mongol Empire exists today not as a state, but as a powerful idea, influencing how societies understand power, globalization, and cultural interaction. By tracing the modern afterlife of the Mongol past, Part 7 reveals how one empire continues to shape the world long after its armies vanished from the steppe.
In the 8th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the discussion turns toward comparative history and global impact, placing the Mongol experience alongside other great empires to understand what made it unique and why its influence was so far-reaching. By examining the Mongols in comparison with Roman, Persian, Chinese, and later European empires, this part highlights how a nomadic society from the Eurasian steppe reshaped world history in ways that continue to influence modern global systems. Part 8 is therefore not only about the Mongols themselves, but about what their rise and rule reveal about power, empire, and historical change. One of the most striking features of the Mongol Empire was its speed of expansion. No other empire in history grew so rapidly or covered such a vast contiguous land area in such a short time. While the Roman Empire expanded gradually over centuries and relied heavily on urban centers and infrastructure, the Mongols built their empire through mobility, adaptability, and decentralized command. Their armies could move faster than any contemporary force, striking unexpectedly and retreating before enemies could respond. This reliance on speed and intelligence rather than static defenses distinguished the Mongols from sedentary empires and challenged traditional assumptions about how power could be projected across space. Unlike many empires that sought cultural assimilation or imposed a dominant ideology, the Mongols practiced pragmatic tolerance. The Roman and Chinese empires promoted legal and cultural integration, while Islamic empires emphasized religious unity. The Mongols, by contrast, were largely indifferent to belief systems as long as loyalty and tribute were maintained. This approach allowed them to rule over extraordinarily diverse populations without provoking constant rebellion. By permitting local customs, religions, and administrative practices to continue, the Mongols reduced resistance and ensured stability. This flexibility was a key factor in their ability to govern vast territories with relatively small ruling elites. The Mongol approach to administration also differed from that of many earlier empires. Rather than replacing local elites wholesale, they often co-opted existing bureaucracies and specialists. Persian administrators, Chinese scholars, and Central Asian merchants all found roles within the Mongol system. This willingness to learn from conquered peoples contrasts sharply with empires that viewed foreign cultures as inferior. The Mongols recognized expertise wherever it existed and used it to strengthen imperial governance. In doing so, they created hybrid systems that blended nomadic traditions with sedentary statecraft, producing innovative forms of rule. Economically, the Mongol Empire played a decisive role in integrating regional economies into a single transcontinental system. While earlier empires controlled important trade routes, none achieved the level of connectivity seen under Mongol rule. The protection of merchants, standardization of laws, and establishment of communication networks transformed Eurasian trade. This integration resembles, in some ways, the early stages of modern globalization. Goods, capital, labor, and information moved across unprecedented distances, reshaping consumption patterns and economic relationships. The Mongols did not invent long-distance trade, but they expanded and stabilized it on a global scale. In military history, the Mongol era represents a turning point comparable to the Roman legions or the gunpowder armies of early modern Europe.
Their emphasis on discipline, coordination, and intelligence gathering set new standards for warfare. Mongol commanders used reconnaissance, deception, and psychological tactics with remarkable sophistication. Feigned retreats, coordinated multi-directional attacks, and strict command structures overwhelmed enemies accustomed to slower, less flexible forms of warfare. These methods influenced later military traditions and forced rival states to adapt, accelerating changes in fortification, logistics, and strategic planning. The Mongol Empire also differed from many others in its relationship with violence. While all empires relied on force, the Mongols used terror as a deliberate strategy to reduce long-term resistance. Cities that resisted were often destroyed to discourage others from defying Mongol authority. This approach was brutal but calculated, aiming to minimize prolonged warfare. In contrast, some empires relied more heavily on prolonged sieges or gradual assimilation. Understanding this strategy does not excuse its human cost, but it helps explain how the Mongols achieved rapid expansion and maintained control with relatively limited resources. From a global perspective, the Mongol era marked a transition in world history. It connected previously semi-isolated regions into a single interactive system. Europe, East Asia, the Islamic world, and Central Asia became more aware of one another, exchanging goods, ideas, and technologies. This interconnectedness laid foundations for later developments, including the Age of Exploration. European interest in Asia, stimulated by Mongol-era travel and trade, encouraged maritime exploration when overland routes declined. In this indirect way, the Mongols influenced the emergence of the modern world economy. Comparatively, the Mongol Empire challenges conventional definitions of civilization. Traditional historical narratives often equated civilization with cities, agriculture, and written bureaucracy, marginalizing nomadic societies. The Mongols demonstrated that nomadic cultures could create complex political systems capable of governing diverse populations. Their success forces historians to reconsider assumptions about progress and development. The Mongol example shows that adaptability, mobility, and openness to innovation can be as effective as urban-based administration in building and sustaining power. The Mongols also highlight the limits of empire. Like Rome and other great powers, they struggled with succession, overextension, and internal division. Their rapid expansion created challenges of governance that even their sophisticated systems could not fully resolve. Over time, regional interests outweighed imperial unity, and local adaptations transformed Mongol rule into distinct political cultures. This pattern mirrors the experiences of many empires, reinforcing the idea that no imperial system is permanent. The Mongol case thus contributes to a broader understanding of why empires rise, transform, and eventually decline. In modern historical analysis, the Mongol Empire is often used as a case study in comparative empire building. Scholars examine how environmental conditions, social organization, and leadership shaped Mongol success. The harsh steppe environment produced resilient warriors and flexible social structures, while leaders like Genghis Khan provided vision and discipline. These factors combined to create an empire that defied expectations and reshaped global history. By comparing the Mongols with other empires, historians gain deeper insight into the dynamics of power and change. Part 8 of the Mongol saga therefore places the Mongol Empire within a global and comparative framework. It shows that the Mongols were not an anomaly, but a central force in world history whose impact can only be understood by looking beyond regional narratives. Their empire altered economic systems, military practices, cultural interactions, and historical trajectories across continents. This interconnectedness reinforces the idea that the Mongol Empire was both unique and universal. Unique in its origins, methods, and speed, yet universal in facing challenges common to all empires. By examining the Mongols alongside other great powers, Part 8 deepens our understanding of how history is shaped by interaction, adaptation, and the constant tension between unity and diversity.
In the ninth phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, The focus turns toward lessons, interpretations, and long-term meanings drawn from the rise and fall of the Mongol Empire, especially in relation to leadership, power, globalization, and human history. This part moves beyond events and comparisons to reflect on what the Mongol experience teaches about how societies change, how empires function, and how individuals like Genghis Khan can alter the course of history. Part 9 is therefore reflective and analytical, connecting the Mongol past to broader historical patterns and modern understanding. One of the most powerful lessons of the Mongol Empire is the role of leadership in shaping historical outcomes. Genghis Khan's rise demonstrates how individual vision, discipline, and adaptability can transform fragmented societies into unified forces. He did not inherit a strong state or vast resources. Instead, he built power through loyalty, merit, and law. His ability to inspire followers, reward competence, and punish betrayal created a system that outlived him. This shows that leadership is not only about authority, but about creating institutions that function beyond a single lifetime. Many empires collapsed with the death of their founders, but the Mongol Empire continued to expand because Genghis Khan embedded his principles into law, military organization, and political culture. Another key lesson lies in the Mongols' understanding of adaptability. The Mongols succeeded not because they rigidly followed tradition, but because they were willing to learn from others. They adopted siege technology from China, administrative systems from Persia, and financial practices from Central Asia. This openness allowed them to overcome limitations that had historically constrained nomadic societies. The Mongol example demonstrates that cultural flexibility can be a source of strength rather than weakness. Empires that refuse to adapt often stagnate, while those that absorb useful ideas from others are better equipped to survive change. The Mongol Empire also offers important insights into globalization. Long before the modern era, the Mongols created a world in which distant regions were economically and culturally linked. Their protection of trade routes, encouragement of mobility, and standardization of laws produced a level of connectivity that reshaped global history. This early globalization brought benefits such as economic growth, cultural exchange, and technological diffusion, but it also carried risks, including the spread of disease and instability. The Mongol experience reminds us that global integration is a double-edged process, capable of generating both progress and crisis. Violence and power form another central theme in the Mongol story. The Mongols used extreme force as a strategic tool, believing that overwhelming violence would reduce long-term resistance. From a historical perspective, this strategy was effective in achieving rapid conquest, but it came at an immense human cost. The Mongol case forces historians to confront uncomfortable questions about the relationship between power, morality, and success. It challenges simplistic judgments, showing that empires are often built through suffering, even as they create systems of order and exchange. Understanding this complexity is essential for a mature interpretation of history. The Mongol Empire also illustrates the tension between unity and diversity in imperial systems. At its height, the empire united vast territories under a single authority, but its strength depended on allowing diversity in culture, religion, and administration. Over time, this diversity contributed to fragmentation as regional identities grew stronger than imperial loyalty. This pattern appears repeatedly in world history, from Rome to modern colonial empires. The Mongol experience shows that managing diversity is both an empire's greatest strength and its greatest challenge. From a social perspective, the Mongol emphasis on merit over birth represents a significant historical innovation. In a world dominated by hereditary aristocracies, the Mongols promoted individuals based on loyalty and ability. This policy increased efficiency and loyalty within the state and military. While it did not eliminate hierarchy or inequality, it introduced a more flexible social structure that allowed talent to rise. This principle influenced governance in regions under Mongol rule and resonates with modern ideas about meritocracy and institutional fairness. The decline of the Mongol Empire offers lessons about sustainability and limits of power. Rapid expansion created enormous challenges in administration, communication, and succession. Internal rivalries, economic strain, and environmental pressures weakened imperial cohesion. The Mongols' inability to maintain centralized authority across generations highlights the difficulty of sustaining empire without continuous reform and adaptation. This lesson remains relevant in discussions of modern states and global powers, reminding us that dominance is temporary without institutional resilience. Historically, the Mongol Empire reshaped how societies understood geography and the wider world. By connecting regions, the Mongols expanded mental horizons, making people aware of distant lands and cultures. This shift in perception influenced cartography, travel literature, and intellectual curiosity. The idea that the world was interconnected became more tangible, preparing the ground for later global exploration. In this sense, the Mongols changed not only political structures, but also how humans imagined their place in the world. The legacy of Genghis Khan as an individual encapsulates many of these lessons. He remains a figure of contradiction, a destroyer and a builder, a symbol of terror and unity. His life story illustrates how historical figures cannot be reduced to simple moral categories. Instead, they must be understood within their historical context, motivations, and consequences. This approach encourages a deeper, more balanced engagement with history. Part 9 of the Mongol saga therefore emphasizes meaning over narrative. It draws connections between the Mongol past and universal historical themes such as leadership, adaptability, globalization, and decline. The Mongol Empire becomes a lens through which we can examine broader questions about how power operates and how societies change over time. This phase reminds us that history is not merely a record of events, but a source of insight. The Mongol experience challenges assumptions, complicates moral judgments, and highlights the interconnectedness of human societies. By reflecting on the lessons of the Mongol Empire, Part 9 deepens our understanding of world history and prepares the ground for a final synthesis of the Mongol story.
In the 10th and final phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the story comes together as a complete historical synthesis, drawing together the rise, expansion, transformation, decline, and lasting significance of the Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan and his successors. This part does not introduce new events, but weaves together the themes, lessons, and impacts explored in earlier sections to present a unified understanding of why the Mongol Empire matters in world history. Part 10 serves as a concluding reflection on one of the most influential and controversial empires ever created. The Mongol Empire began in one of the harshest environments on Earth, among nomadic tribes struggling for survival on the Eurasian steppe. From this setting emerged Genghis Khan, a leader shaped by hardship, betrayal, and constant conflict. His genius lay not only in military skill, but in his ability to reorganize society around loyalty, merit, and law. By breaking traditional clan divisions and rewarding ability rather than birth, he created a new political and military order capable of extraordinary expansion. This foundation explains how a fragmented nomadic world transformed into a unified imperial force that reshaped global history. The expansion of the Mongol Empire was unprecedented in speed and scale. Through disciplined cavalry armies, sophisticated intelligence networks, and psychological warfare, the Mongols conquered vast territories across Asia and Europe. Yet conquest alone does not explain their success. The Mongols demonstrated remarkable adaptability, learning from conquered peoples and incorporating foreign technologies, administrators, and ideas. This openness allowed them to overcome challenges that had defeated earlier nomadic empires, such as siege warfare and large-scale administration. The Mongol Empire thus combined steppe traditions with sedentary statecraft, creating a hybrid system of rule. As the empire matured, it entered a phase of governance and integration. Trade flourished under Mongol protection, connecting distant regions into a single economic and cultural network. Religious tolerance and legal standardization reduced internal conflict and encouraged mobility. The Pax Mongolica enabled unprecedented exchange of goods, knowledge, and people, accelerating processes of globalization long before the modern era. At the same time, the empire's reliance on force and terror left deep scars, reminding us that integration was built upon immense human suffering. The fragmentation of the Mongol Empire illustrates the limits of imperial power. Succession disputes, regional autonomy, economic strain, and cultural transformation weakened central authority. The empire divided into distinct khanates, each shaped by local conditions and traditions. While political unity faded, Mongol influence remained embedded in administrative systems, military practices, and cultural exchanges. The decline of centralized rule did not erase the Mongol legacy. Instead, it transformed it, allowing Mongol institutions and ideas to survive within new political frameworks. The long-term impact of the Mongol Empire extended far beyond its political lifespan. It reshaped state-building in China, Persia, Russia, and Central Asia, influencing governance, taxation, and military organization. It altered global trade patterns, facilitated the spread of technologies and ideas, and expanded human awareness of the wider world. Even negative consequences, such as the spread of disease, reveal the depth of Mongol-era connectivity. The Mongol Empire acted as a catalyst, accelerating historical processes that would define the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. Genghis Khan's legacy remains central to understanding the Mongol story. He stands as one of history's most complex figures, embodying both extraordinary creativity and devastating violence. His laws, institutions, and vision outlived him, shaping the actions of his successors and the structure of the empire. Over time, his image has been condemned, celebrated, and reinterpreted, reflecting changing values and perspectives. This evolving memory underscores how history is shaped not only by events, but how societies choose to remember them. The Mongol Empire challenges conventional narratives of civilization and progress. It demonstrates that nomadic societies can create sophisticated systems of governance and global influence. It shows that power does not depend solely on cities, agriculture, or written bureaucracy, but can emerge from mobility, adaptability, and strategic intelligence. At the same time, it reveals the ethical complexity of empire building, forcing us to confront the human cost of historical transformation. In synthesizing the Mongol experience, Part 10 highlights enduring themes that resonate across time: the importance of leadership, the power of adaptability, the benefits and dangers of globalization, and the inevitability of change. The Mongol Empire serves as both an inspiration and a warning, illustrating what human organization can achieve and what it can destroy. Its story encourages a balanced understanding of history, one that recognizes achievement without ignoring suffering. The complete saga of the Mongol Empire, from the rise of Genghis Khan to the lasting echoes of Mongol rule, reveals how deeply interconnected human history truly is. The Mongols did not simply conquer, they connected worlds, transformed societies, and altered historical trajectories. Their empire stands as a reminder that even the most unlikely origins can produce world-changing forces. In conclusion, the Mongol Empire remains one of the most significant chapters in world history. Its influence can be traced in political systems, cultural exchanges, economic networks, and historical memory across continents. By bringing together conquest and governance, destruction and creation, the Mongol story offers profound insight into the nature of power and the dynamics of global change. Part 10 completes this narrative, leaving us with a deeper appreciation of how the legacy of Genghis Khan and the Mongols continues to shape our understanding of the past and the world we inhabit today.
In the 11th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the focus shifts to the cultural, intellectual, and artistic consequences of Mongol rule, examining how the empire not only conquered territories, but also reshaped human creativity, knowledge production, and artistic expression across Eurasia. While much of the Mongol story emphasizes military conquest, administration, and trade, this phase highlights the subtle but profound ways in which Mongol rule influenced culture, bridging diverse civilizations and fostering cross-cultural interactions that left a lasting imprint on art, literature, and science. Under the Mongols, cultural exchange became a deliberate feature of imperial strategy. The empire's vast territories included many civilizations with rich intellectual and artistic traditions: Chinese, Persian, Islamic, Turkic, and European. The Mongols recognized that promoting knowledge and art enhanced political legitimacy and facilitated governance. Scholars, engineers, artists, and artisans were often moved across the empire, creating a flow of ideas and techniques that enriched local traditions. For example, Persian architects worked in China, and Chinese artisans traveled to Central Asia, resulting in hybrid styles that blended steppe motifs with local aesthetics. Literature and historiography flourished under Mongol patronage, particularly in Persia and Central Asia. Persian historians such as Rashid al-Din compiled encyclopedic works that documented the empire's history, blending Mongol, Islamic, and regional perspectives. These histories not only preserved knowledge of Mongol conquests, but also reflected the Mongols' interest in integrating diverse cultural traditions into a coherent imperial narrative. Similarly, Chinese literary traditions were influenced by Mongol patronage of both official chronicles and artistic works, producing new genres and stylistic innovations. Religious and philosophical exchange was another hallmark of Mongol cultural impact. The Mongols' policy of religious tolerance allowed Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and shamanistic practices to coexist and interact. This openness fostered intellectual dialogue as scholars and clergy traveled freely, translating texts and sharing ideas across linguistic and cultural boundaries. The movement of religious texts and philosophies enhanced mutual understanding, while also influencing governance, law, and education. The blending of Tibetan Buddhist practices with Mongol traditions, for instance, shaped the spiritual and political identity of later Mongol states in Inner Asia. Artistic expression during the Mongol period reflected both mobility and synthesis. Manuscript illumination, painting, architecture, and decorative arts incorporated elements from multiple cultures. Persian miniatures adopted Chinese stylistic influences, while Chinese architecture in some Mongol-era structures incorporated Central Asian motifs. The Mongols valued craftsmanship and skill, often rewarding artisans with status and resources. As a result, the period produced works of remarkable quality and innovation, demonstrating that an empire known for military prowess also contributed significantly to aesthetic and cultural development. Science and technology were similarly affected. The Mongols encouraged the transfer of knowledge across the empire, particularly in astronomy, medicine, engineering, and cartography. Chinese astronomical techniques informed Persian calendars, while Persian medical knowledge traveled eastward, influencing Chinese practices. Mechanical engineering and irrigation techniques were shared between regions, improving agriculture and infrastructure. The empire's investment in relay stations, postal systems, and maps not only served administrative purposes, but also contributed to broader intellectual knowledge of geography and logistics. Trade under Mongol protection further amplified cultural exchange.
Caravans carried not only silk, spices, and precious metals, but also ideas, artistic techniques, and technologies. Urban centers along the Silk Road became melting pots of cultures, languages, and traditions. Merchants, artisans, and scholars formed networks that persisted even after the empire's decline, ensuring that the cultural synthesis initiated by the Mongols continued to influence successor states. Education and literacy also benefited from Mongol policies. The empire's support for record-keeping, documentation, and scholarly activity encouraged the compilation of encyclopedias, legal codes, and religious texts. This fostered the preservation and dissemination of knowledge, creating a shared intellectual framework across vast distances. Mongol rulers, particularly in the Ilkhanate and Yuan China, actively sponsored scholars and translators, demonstrating that cultural patronage was a strategic as well as aesthetic priority. The Mongol impact on culture highlights the paradox of their rule. While often remembered for destruction and terror, their empire simultaneously fostered creativity, knowledge, and artistic innovation. This duality illustrates that empires are complex systems, capable of generating both human suffering and extraordinary cultural development. The Mongol period became a crucible in which diverse traditions interacted, producing enduring legacies in art, literature, religion, and science. In addition, the Mongols influenced the ways later empires approached governance and cultural integration. By demonstrating that diverse societies could be governed through tolerance, strategic patronage, and mobility of talent, they offered a model for multicultural empires in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Their emphasis on skill and expertise over birthright also shaped intellectual and artistic hierarchies, encouraging meritocratic approaches to cultural and scientific production. Part 11, therefore, emphasizes the creative and intellectual dimensions of Mongol rule. It shows that the empire's significance extended beyond conquest and politics to include profound and lasting contributions to human culture. By fostering mobility, exchange, and synthesis, the Mongols helped shape a more interconnected Eurasian world in which ideas, technologies, and artistic forms circulated freely.
In the eighth phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the discussion turns toward comparative history and global impact, placing the Mongol experience alongside other great empires to understand what made it unique and why its influence was so far-reaching. By examining the Mongols in comparison with Roman, Persian, Chinese, and later European empires, this part highlights how a nomadic society from the Eurasian steppe reshaped world history in ways that continue to influence modern global systems. Part 8 is therefore not only about the Mongols themselves, but about what their rise and rule reveal about power, empire, and historical change. One of the most striking features of the Mongol Empire was its speed of expansion. No other empire in history grew so rapidly or covered such a vast contiguous land area in such a short time. While the Roman Empire expanded gradually over centuries and relied heavily on urban centers and infrastructure, the Mongols built their empire through mobility, adaptability, and decentralized command. Their armies could move faster than any contemporary force, striking unexpectedly and retreating before enemies could respond. This reliance on speed and intelligence rather than static defenses distinguished the Mongols from sedentary empires and challenged traditional assumptions about how power could be projected across space. Unlike many empires that sought cultural assimilation or imposed a dominant ideology, the Mongols practiced pragmatic tolerance. The Roman and Chinese empires promoted legal and cultural integration, while Islamic empires emphasized religious unity. The Mongols, by contrast, were largely indifferent to belief systems as long as loyalty and tribute were maintained. This approach allowed them to rule over extraordinarily diverse populations without provoking constant rebellion. By permitting local customs, religions, and administrative practices to continue, the Mongols reduced resistance and ensured stability. This flexibility was a key factor in their ability to govern vast territories with relatively small ruling elites. The Mongol approach to administration also differed from that of many earlier empires.
Rather than replacing local elites wholesale, they often co-opted existing bureaucracies and specialists. Persian administrators, Chinese scholars, and Central Asian merchants all found roles within the Mongol system. This willingness to learn from conquered peoples contrasts sharply with empires that viewed foreign cultures as inferior. The Mongols recognized expertise wherever it existed and used it to strengthen imperial governance. In doing so, they created hybrid systems that blended nomadic traditions with sedentary statecraft, producing innovative forms of rule. Economically, the Mongol Empire played a decisive role in integrating regional economies into a single transcontinental system. While earlier empires controlled important trade routes, none achieved the level of connectivity seen under Mongol rule. The protection of merchants, standardization of laws, and establishment of communication networks transformed Eurasian trade. This integration resembles, in some ways, the early stages of modern globalization. Goods, capital, labor, and information moved across unprecedented distances, reshaping consumption patterns and economic relationships. The Mongols did not invent long-distance trade, but they expanded and stabilized it on a global scale. In military history, the Mongol era represent a turning point comparable to the Roman legions or the gunpowder armies of early modern Europe. Their emphasis on discipline, coordination, and intelligence gathering set new standards for warfare. Mongol commanders used reconnaissance, deception, and psychological tactics with remarkable sophistication. Feigned retreats, coordinated multi-directional attacks, and strict command structures overwhelmed enemies accustomed to slower, less flexible forms of warfare. These methods influenced later military traditions and forced rival states to adapt, accelerating changes in fortification, logistics, and strategic planning. The Mongol Empire also differed from many others in its relationship with violence. While all empires relied on force, the Mongols used terror as a deliberate strategy to reduce long-term resistance. Cities that resisted were often destroyed to discourage others from defying Mongol authority. This approach was brutal but calculated, aiming to minimize prolonged warfare. In contrast, some empires relied more heavily on prolonged sieges or gradual assimilation. Understanding this strategy does not excuse its human cost, but it helps explain how the Mongols achieved rapid expansion and maintained control with relatively limited resources. From a global perspective, the Mongol era marked a transition in world history. It connected previously semi-isolated regions into a single interactive system. Europe, East Asia, the Islamic world, and Central Asia became more aware of one another, exchanging goods, ideas, and technologies. This interconnectedness laid foundations for later developments, including the Age of Exploration. European interest in Asia, stimulated by Mongol-era travel and trade, encouraged maritime exploration when overland routes declined. In this indirect way, the Mongols influenced the emergence of the modern world economy. Comparatively, the Mongol Empire challenges conventional definitions of civilization. Traditional historical narratives often equated civilization with cities, agriculture, and written bureaucracy, marginalizing nomadic societies. The Mongols demonstrated that nomadic cultures could create complex political systems capable of governing diverse populations. Their success forces historians to reconsider assumptions about progress and development. The Mongol example shows that adaptability, mobility, and openness to innovation can be as effective as urban-based administration in building and sustaining power. The Mongols also highlight the limits of empire. Like Rome and other great powers, they struggled with succession, overextension, and internal division. Their rapid expansion created challenges of governance that even their sophisticated systems could not fully resolve. Over time, regional interests outweighed imperial unity, and local adaptations transformed Mongol rule into distinct political cultures. This pattern mirrors the experiences of many empires, reinforcing the idea that no imperial system is permanent. The Mongol case thus contributes to a broader understanding of why empires rise, transform, and eventually decline. In modern historical analysis, the Mongol Empire is often used as a case study in comparative empire building. Scholars examine how environmental conditions, social organization, and leadership shaped Mongol success. The harsh steppe environment produced resilient warriors and flexible social structures, while leaders like Genghis Khan provided vision and discipline. These factors combined to create an empire that defied expectations and reshaped global history. By comparing the Mongols with other empires, historians gain deeper insight into the dynamics of power and change. Part 8 of the Mongol saga therefore places the Mongol Empire within a global and comparative framework. It shows that the Mongols were not an anomaly, but a central force in world history whose impact can only be understood by looking beyond regional narratives. Their empire altered economic systems, military practices, cultural interactions, and historical trajectories across continents. This interconnectedness reinforces the idea that the Mongol Empire was both unique and universal. Unique in its origins, methods, and speed, yet universal in facing challenges common to all empires. By examining the Mongols alongside other great powers, Part 8 deepens our understanding of how history is shaped by interaction, adaptation, and the constant tension between unity and diversity.
In the 14th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, attention shifts to the environmental, geographical, and logistical factors that shaped the empire's expansion, administration, and longevity. While earlier sections emphasized military conquest, culture, economy, and governance, Part 14 examines how the natural world influenced Mongol strategy, mobility, and imperial sustainability. The Mongols were uniquely adapted to the Eurasian steppe, and their empire demonstrates the interplay between human societies and geography in shaping historical outcomes. The Eurasian steppe itself was central to Mongol identity and military power. Its vast grasslands, harsh climate, and sparse population demanded mobility, resilience, and adaptability. Mongol nomadic society was built around herding and seasonal migration, which fostered skills in horsemanship, archery, and survival, skills that would later form the backbone of their military dominance. The steppe also required decentralized organization, with family units and clans managing resources independently, a system that translated naturally into the Mongols' imperial administrative methods. Understanding the environment of the steppe is essential to understanding how the Mongols could conquer and control territories far beyond their homeland. Geography dictated both opportunities and limitations for Mongol expansion. The vast, open plains allowed rapid cavalry movements, enabling surprise attacks and large-scale maneuvers. Mountain ranges, rivers, and deserts presented challenges but also strategic advantages as the Mongols learned to use natural features for defense, ambush, and logistic planning. Campaigns into China, Persia, and Eastern Europe required careful planning to overcome rivers, deserts, and fortified cities, demonstrating the Mongols' capacity to adapt their steppe tactics to diverse landscapes. Climate also influenced Mongol history in profound ways. Harsh winters, droughts, and steppe ecology shaped migration patterns, herd health, and military readiness. Periods of favorable climate allowed population growth and military expansion, while adverse conditions could limit mobility and strain resources. The Mongols' intimate knowledge of seasonal cycles, grazing patterns, and weather patterns enabled them to maintain operational flexibility, giving them an advantage over sedentary armies that were less accustomed to environmental variability. Climate was both a challenge and a tool in Mongol strategy. Logistics and supply networks were critical to the Mongols' ability to project power. Unlike settled empires that relied on stockpiled supplies and urban provisioning, the Mongols lived off the land, moving with their herds and carrying minimal supplies.
This mobility allowed them to traverse vast distances quickly. However, when operating in heavily populated or fortified regions, they developed sophisticated logistical solutions, including relay stations, local requisition systems, and prearranged supply caches. The YAM system of mounted couriers was instrumental, ensuring communication and coordination across thousands of miles, demonstrating how environmental adaptation and administrative innovation intersected. Water and pasture availability were also central concerns. The Mongols' reliance on horses, sheep, and cattle required careful attention to grazing land and water sources. Campaigns were often timed to ensure access to pastures, and armies could not sustain prolonged sieges without securing supply lines. This dependency on environmental resources shaped strategic decisions, limiting operations in deserts or mountainous terrain and emphasizing the need for mobility and speed. The Mongols' understanding of ecological constraints was a key factor in their operational success. The interaction between environment and conquest is also evident in the Mongols' approach to cities and agriculture. While they dominated urban centers, the Mongols themselves were nomads and had little experience with settled agricultural economies. To address this, they co-opted local administrators, engineers, and farmers to maintain production and manage resources. This integration of environmental knowledge and local expertise allowed the Mongols to sustain large armies and populations in conquered territories without directly imposing steppe practices on urban centers. It represents a sophisticated blend of adaptation and pragmatism. Eurasian geography also shaped the empire's political structure. The Mongol Empire spanned diverse climates, topographies, and cultures, which made centralized governance difficult. Communication delays, regional loyalties, and environmental variation contributed to the eventual fragmentation of the empire into khanates. Yet this diversity also allowed the Mongols to develop flexible administrative and military approaches, accommodating local conditions while maintaining overarching authority. Geography, therefore, both constrained and enabled Mongol imperial strategies. Trade and infrastructure were deeply influenced by environmental factors as well. The Mongols invested in roads, relay stations, and protected trade routes that capitalized on natural corridors through mountains and deserts. Caravan routes followed river valleys and grasslands, enabling commerce and the movement of armies alike. The empire's ability to connect regions economically was dependent on a deep understanding of geography, demonstrating that environmental knowledge was central to both conquest and governance. Environmental adaptation also extended to diplomacy and warfare. Mongol generals often chose battlefields that favored mobility, strategic retreat, or encirclement, leveraging rivers, hills, and plains to their advantage. Seasonal considerations, including snow, rainfall, and wind, were used to time attacks or defensive maneuvers. This strategic environmental awareness complemented Mongol intelligence networks, enabling them to anticipate enemy movements and exploit vulnerabilities with remarkable precision. Part 14 underscores that the Mongol Empire cannot be understood purely in terms of human ambition or organizational skill. Geography, climate, and ecological knowledge were integral to Mongol strategy, administration, and sustainability. The Mongols thrived because they were finely attuned to the natural world, blending environmental awareness with political and military innovation. Their empire demonstrates the inseparable connection between human societies and their physical surroundings in shaping historical outcomes. In conclusion, the Mongol experience illustrates that environmental mastery is a fundamental aspect of empire building. By understanding steppe ecology, climate patterns, geography, and resource distribution, the Mongols were able to expand rapidly, govern effectively, and maintain cohesion over vast distances. Part 14 highlights that the Mongol Empire's success was not only a product of leadership, law, and military skill, but also of an intimate and strategic engagement with the natural world, a legacy that reminds us how geography continues to shape history.
In the 15th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the focus turns to diplomacy, alliances, and the intricate network of international relations that the Mongols developed to sustain and expand their empire. While previous sections emphasized conquest, administration, culture, and economics, Part 15 explores how the Mongols used negotiation, strategic marriages, tribute systems, and cross-cultural engagement to consolidate power and manage the complex web of states and societies under and around their control. This phase demonstrates that the Mongol Empire's endurance was as much a product of diplomacy as of military might. From the earliest days of Genghis Khan's rise, diplomacy was central to Mongol strategy. The unification of the Mongol tribes themselves required careful negotiation, alliance building, and selective elimination of rivals. Genghis Khan was adept at recognizing potential allies and integrating them into his expanding confederation through treaties, marriages, and personal loyalty oaths. By combining coercion with cooperation, he created a powerful coalition capable of unified action, demonstrating that diplomacy within steppe society could be as decisive as battlefield tactics. The Mongols extended this diplomatic approach to neighboring states and distant empires. In China, Persia, Korea, and the Rus principalities, the Mongols often demanded tribute and loyalty rather than immediate conquest. For states that submitted peacefully, the Mongols allowed local rulers to maintain authority, creating client relationships that preserved resources and stability. Such arrangements reduced resistance, minimized destruction, and provided a steady flow of revenue. Tribute systems also functioned as instruments of diplomacy, signaling an allegiance while fostering ongoing interaction between the Mongols and their vassals. Strategic marriages played a crucial role in cementing alliances. Mongol rulers frequently married women from neighboring tribes, conquered peoples, or influential families to secure loyalty and integrate diverse groups into the empire. These unions created kinship networks that extended political influence beyond direct military control. For example, Genghis Khan's daughters and granddaughters were often married to subordinate rulers or allies, ensuring that familial ties reinforced political bonds. Marriage diplomacy thus strengthened the Mongols' ability to manage distant territories and mitigate potential rebellion. Communication and envoys were central to Mongol diplomacy. The empire maintained a sophisticated network of envoys who traveled across vast distances to deliver messages, negotiate treaties, and convey imperial demands. These envoys often carried gifts, letters, and diplomatic credentials, and they operated under strict protections established by the Yam system. This system allowed the Mongols to maintain real-time relations with distant powers, coordinate military alliances, and project influence far beyond the steppe. It also facilitated cross-cultural exchange, as envoys acted as carriers of ideas, technologies, and customs. The Mongols demonstrated remarkable flexibility in foreign relations. They adapted their approach depending on the relative strength and disposition of other powers. With weaker states, they often demanded submission and tribute. With strong empires, they pursued alliances, sometimes offering joint campaigns or diplomatic recognition. European powers, for instance, received Mongol envoys seeking coordination against Muslim states during the Crusades, reflecting the Mongols' capacity to engage with multiple civilizations simultaneously. This pragmatic approach expanded their influence while minimizing unnecessary conflict.
Diplomacy also involved careful management of internal factions and rival khanates. As the empire expanded and fragmented, the Mongols relied on negotiation to prevent open conflict between branches of the ruling family. Treaties, oaths, and exchanges of hostages were common mechanisms to preserve unity and avoid civil war. While disagreements and warfare still occurred, diplomacy provided a framework for managing disputes, illustrating the Mongols' understanding that power could not be sustained solely through coercion. Cross-cultural understanding was essential to Mongol diplomacy. The Mongols learned languages, customs, and protocols from the peoples they interacted with, enabling them to communicate effectively and negotiate agreements that were respected. They often employed foreign advisors, translators, and scholars in diplomatic missions, recognizing that understanding other societies increased the likelihood of successful negotiation. This openness contrasts with many empires that relied on intimidation or ignorance, highlighting the Mongols' strategic adaptability. The Mongols' diplomatic practices had enduring consequences for Eurasian international relations. By linking disparate regions through tribute, envoys, and alliances, they created channels of communication and exchange that persisted long after the empire fragmented. The flow of goods, information, and people facilitated by diplomacy contributed to the cultural and economic integration of Eurasia, enhancing the legacy of the Mongol period in subsequent centuries. European exploration, Asian trade networks, and the exchange of knowledge all benefited from these foundations. Religion also intersected with diplomacy. The Mongols used religious tolerance to foster alliances with diverse faiths, recognizing that respect for spiritual traditions could secure loyalty and cooperation. Diplomatic missions often included religious leaders, and envoys promoted dialogue between different faiths. By integrating religion into statecraft, the Mongols reinforced political legitimacy while encouraging cultural exchange. Part 15 therefore emphasizes that the Mongol Empire was as much a diplomatic entity as a military one. Its survival and expansion depended on skillful negotiation, alliance building, tribute systems, and cross-cultural engagement. Diplomacy allowed the Mongols to govern vast territories, manage diverse populations, and influence distant civilizations without relying solely on force. In conclusion, Mongol diplomacy demonstrates the sophistication of their empire beyond the battlefield. Through strategic marriages, envoys, treaties, and cultural understanding, the Mongols created networks of influence that ensured stability, facilitated trade, and fostered cultural exchange. Part 15 highlights that the Mongol Empire's enduring power was rooted not only in conquest and administration, but also in its ability to negotiate, adapt, and connect the world, a legacy that continues to inform our understanding of international relations in history.
In the 16th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the focus turns to the empire's influence on science, technology, and intellectual exchange, highlighting how the Mongols acted as catalysts for knowledge transfer across Eurasia. While previous sections emphasized military conquest, governance, economy, and diplomacy, this phase demonstrates that the Mongols' legacy extended far beyond politics and trade, shaping scientific and technological developments that had long-term effects on civilizations from China to Europe. The Mongols' extensive empire facilitated the movement of scholars, engineers, astronomers, and medical practitioners across continents. By protecting travel routes and supporting mobility, they created conditions for the exchange of knowledge that would have been impossible under fragmented political systems. Ideas flowed along the Silk Road, carried by scholars accompanying merchants or envoys, enabling discoveries and technologies to spread from China to Persia, Central Asia, and Europe.
This unprecedented intellectual connectivity became one of the Mongol Empire's most enduring contributions. Astronomy and calendrical science benefited particularly from Mongol patronage. Chinese, Persian, and Islamic astronomers exchanged methods and observations, improving the accuracy of calendars and star charts. The Yuan dynasty, under Mongol rule, supported the translation and compilation of astronomical texts, integrating Chinese techniques with knowledge from the Islamic world. These advances not only enhanced agricultural planning and ritual observances, but also influenced navigation, mathematics, and scientific methodology in later centuries. Medicine also experienced significant cross-cultural exchange. Chinese medical practices, including herbal remedies and acupuncture, were introduced to Persia and Central Asia, while Persian and Arab medical knowledge traveled eastward. Hospitals, pharmacological texts, and medical manuals were circulated and sometimes translated into multiple languages. The Mongols' openness to foreign expertise allowed practitioners from different traditions to collaborate, resulting in hybrid approaches that enriched the medical understanding of Eurasia. Engineering and technology were deeply affected by Mongol integration. Siege technologies, gunpowder weapons, water management systems, and architectural techniques were shared across regions. Chinese engineers assisted in Persian construction projects, while Central Asian engineers traveled to China to work on fortifications and infrastructure. The Mongols' willingness to employ skilled individuals from conquered territories facilitated the diffusion of technological innovation, accelerating developments that would later shape military and civil engineering in multiple regions. Cartography and geography advanced under Mongol rule. The need to administer a vast and diverse empire encouraged accurate mapping of territories, trade routes, and natural features. Travelers such as Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta recorded detailed observations of cities, rivers, mountains, and political systems, contributing to a growing body of geographical knowledge. The Mongol emphasis on practical intelligence, including reconnaissance and surveying, complemented this intellectual endeavor, making the empire a hub for the accumulation and dissemination of geographic information. The standardization of writing and record-keeping played a critical role in facilitating intellectual exchange. Mongol administrators encouraged the use of scripts and languages that could bridge multiple cultures, such as the Uyghur script in the Mongol heartlands and Persian for administrative purposes in Central Asia. Legal, scientific, and technical texts were often translated or transcribed, ensuring that knowledge could circulate beyond local confines. This multilingual and cross-cultural approach enhanced communication and fostered collaborative scholarship across distant regions. Trade networks under Mongol protection also contributed indirectly to intellectual growth. The movement of goods carried books, instruments, and knowledge along with commodities. Luxury items, manuscripts, and scientific tools traveled the same routes as silk, spices, and metals, creating opportunities for cultural and intellectual exchange. Urban centers such as Samarkand, Kashgar, and Karakoram became hubs where merchants, artisans, and scholars interacted, fostering innovation through collaboration and observation. The Mongols' approach to religious scholarship had scientific implications as well. By supporting multiple faiths, the empire enabled the circulation of theological, philosophical, and legal knowledge. Religious institutions often served as centers for literacy, numeracy, and scholarly activity, contributing to broader intellectual development. Buddhist monasteries, Islamic madrasas, and Christian institutions under Mongol protection preserved texts and facilitated translation efforts, ensuring that knowledge survived even in times of political upheaval. Military science and strategy were also advanced by Mongol integration. The empire's campaigns required innovations in logistics, communications, and battlefield tactics. Mongol generals applied principles of engineering, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering, which were shared and adapted by other states that interacted with or fought against them. Techniques such as coordinated cavalry maneuvers, siege engines, and psychological warfare were refined under Mongol practice and subsequently influenced military thought in multiple regions. Part 16 underscores that the Mongol Empire was not solely a military or political entity, but a dynamic network for intellectual and technological exchange. By connecting distant regions, protecting scholars, and encouraging cross-cultural collaboration, the Mongols accelerated the circulation of knowledge in ways that shaped the course of Eurasian history. Their empire acted as a bridge between civilizations, demonstrating that conquest and cultural integration could coexist with scientific and technological advancement. In conclusion, the Mongol influence on science, technology, and intellectual exchange reveals a lesser-known but profoundly significant dimension of their empire. The movement of scholars, engineers, and texts facilitated the diffusion of astronomy, medicine, engineering, cartography, and military science across continents. Part 16 highlights that the Mongols' legacy extends beyond conquest and commerce to the realm of knowledge itself, showing how empire can serve as a catalyst for intellectual growth and innovation, a legacy that resonates in the scientific and cultural developments of the centuries that followed.
In the 17th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the focus shifts to the social and demographic transformations that occurred under Mongol rule. While previous sections emphasized military conquest, governance, economy, culture, diplomacy, and science, Part 17 examines how Mongol policies, population movements, and social restructuring reshaped human communities across Eurasia. This phase explores the ways in which war, migration, settlement, and urbanization affected societies, creating both disruption and long-term structural change. The Mongol conquests brought dramatic demographic consequences. Massive population displacement resulted from warfare, siege, and punitive campaigns, particularly in Persia, northern China, and Eastern Europe. Cities that resisted Mongol authority often faced destruction, while surrounding rural populations were uprooted or conscripted. While the immediate effect was devastation, these movements also facilitated the redistribution of populations, leading to new patterns of settlement and economic activity. Survivors were often relocated to serve as laborers, artisans, or administrators in different regions, reshaping local demographics and social hierarchies. At the same time, the Mongols actively promoted settlement and urban development in strategic areas. Cities such as Karakoram, Samarkand, and Bukhara were not only political centers but also hubs of trade, craft production, and cultural exchange. By relocating artisans, merchants, and administrators from various regions, the Mongols created cosmopolitan urban populations. These new urban centers became melting pots of language, religion, and culture, fostering social interaction and integration that had long-term effects on the development of Eurasian societies. The Mongols also encouraged mobility among pastoral and semi-nomadic populations. Herding communities were integrated into military service, trade networks, and administrative structures. This mobility allowed for the rapid deployment of forces across vast distances, but it also facilitated cultural exchange as groups moved from one ecological zone to another. The spread of ideas, customs, and technologies often followed these migratory patterns, linking rural and urban communities across the empire. Social stratification under Mongol rule reflected both steppe traditions and local adaptations. The Mongols maintained a hierarchical structure, with the Khan and his family at the top, followed by loyal military leaders, administrators, and allied elites.
However, the Mongols also incorporated meritocratic principles, promoting individuals based on loyalty, skill, and service rather than solely on birthright. This combination of hereditary and merit-based hierarchy created a unique social structure that could adapt to local contexts while preserving Mongol authority. Women played a particularly important role in Mongol society, both socially and politically. Mongol women retained greater freedoms than many of their contemporaries in neighboring civilizations. They managed households, supervised herds, and sometimes wielded political influence, particularly in the absence of male leaders during military campaigns. Mongol rulers also used marriages strategically to cement alliances, demonstrating that gendered social roles were directly tied to political and demographic strategy. Religious and ethnic diversity was a defining feature of the empire's population. The Mongols ruled over a vast array of peoples, including Persians, Turks, Chinese, Koreans, Russians, and Central Asian nomads. Their policy of religious tolerance allowed communities to maintain their beliefs and practices, promoting coexistence within a broader imperial framework. At the same time, the intermingling of ethnic groups in cities and administrative centers created hybrid identities and cultural synthesis, contributing to the long-term social complexity of the regions under Mongol influence. The Mongol Empire also had a lasting impact on labor systems. Conscripted labor was often used for construction, agriculture, and military support, but the Mongols recognized the value of skilled artisans and professionals, often rewarding them with privileges and protection. This selective approach to labor facilitated economic productivity while reinforcing loyalty to the empire. It also contributed to the development of specialized professions and urban industries that would persist after the empire's fragmentation. Public health and population dynamics were indirectly affected by Mongol policies. The movement of armies, traders, and settlers accelerated the spread of diseases, most famously the plague, which would later have devastating consequences in Europe and Asia. While this was an unintended effect, it underscores the interconnectedness of social, demographic, and environmental factors in the Mongol world. The empire's networks amplified both the benefits and risks of human mobility. Part 17 also highlights the Mongols' role in shaping social resilience and adaptation. Communities subjected to conquest and displacement often developed new social strategies, including migration, intermarriage, and participation in imperial administration, which allowed them to survive and sometimes thrive under Mongol authority. The empire's policies created opportunities for social mobility, integration, and cultural exchange, leaving enduring demographic and social legacies that shaped Eurasian history. In conclusion, the Mongol Empire fundamentally transformed the social and demographic landscape of Eurasia. Through conquest, relocation, urbanization, mobility, and the integration of diverse populations, the Mongols reshaped communities, labor systems, and social hierarchies. Part 17 emphasizes that the empire's legacy is not only political or economic, but also profoundly social, influencing the composition, organization, and interaction of human populations across vast regions. By understanding these demographic transformations, we gain a fuller picture of how the Mongols reshaped human society and laid the foundations for enduring patterns of social and cultural integration.
In the 18th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the focus turns to the military innovations, strategies, and organizational brilliance that enabled the Mongols to build and maintain one of the largest contiguous empires in history. While previous sections explored conquest, governance, culture, economy, diplomacy, science, and social structures, Part 18 emphasizes the practical and intellectual aspects of Mongol warfare, illustrating how military prowess was central not only to expansion, but to the administration, cohesion, and long-term influence of the empire.
The Mongols' military success was rooted in their mastery of cavalry warfare. Horses were not merely transport, but integral to combat strategy. Each soldier typically maintained several mounts, allowing for rapid movement and sustained operations over vast distances. The Mongols' intimate knowledge of horse care, breeding, and training gave them unmatched mobility and endurance. Mounted archery, a hallmark of Mongol tactics, enabled soldiers to strike while retreating or maneuvering, creating flexible and unpredictable battlefield strategies. Speed and agility became weapons as formidable as swords or siege engines. Discipline and organization were central to Mongol military strength. The army was structured on a decimal system, with units of 10, Arban, 100, Zun, 1,000, Mingan, and 10,000, Tumen. Each unit had clearly defined leadership and responsibilities, allowing for precise coordination in campaigns spanning hundreds of miles. Orders could be relayed quickly through a chain of command, and units could operate independently or as part of larger formations. This organizational rigor enabled the Mongols to conduct simultaneous campaigns in multiple regions without losing control over their forces. Intelligence and reconnaissance played a decisive role in Mongol strategy. Scouts and spies gathered detailed information about terrain, enemy positions, fortifications, and political conditions. Mongol commanders relied heavily on maps, local guides, and diplomatic reports to plan campaigns. By integrating intelligence into tactical decisions, they could exploit weaknesses, anticipate enemy movements, and avoid unnecessary losses. This emphasis on information set the Mongols apart from many contemporary armies that relied more on brute force than strategic planning. Psychological warfare was a hallmark of Mongol military doctrine. The Mongols frequently employed terror as a deliberate tactic, spreading fear to induce surrender without combat. Cities that resisted faced brutal reprisals, while those that submitted peacefully were often spared. This approach reduced prolonged resistance and minimized the cost of sieges, allowing Mongol armies to maintain momentum. The reputation of Mongol ruthlessness became a strategic asset, demonstrating how psychological insight could amplify military effectiveness. Siege technology and engineering were also integrated into Mongol campaigns. While nomadic forces excelled in open-field combat, the Mongols adapted quickly to siege warfare, often using engineers and specialists from conquered regions. Chinese engineers, Persian sappers, and other experts were recruited to construct catapults, trebuchets, and other siege engines. This flexibility allowed the Mongols to capture heavily fortified cities, such as Beijing and Baghdad, demonstrating their ability to combine steppe mobility with advanced engineering techniques. Logistics underpinned all Mongol operations. The empire's Yam system, a network of relay stations and mounted couriers, allowed rapid communication and resupply across immense distances. Armies traveled light, living off their herds and supplemented by requisitioned resources when necessary. Careful planning of routes, timing, and supply ensured that even vast campaigns could be sustained in hostile or resource-scarce territories. Logistics was not simply support, it was a strategic tool enabling speed, endurance, and operational flexibility. Coordination between diverse units and allied forces was another key innovation. The Mongols incorporated soldiers from conquered peoples into their armies, including Chinese infantry, Persian engineers, and Turkic cavalry. These integrated forces brought specialized skills and knowledge, allowing the Mongols to adapt tactics to different terrains, climates, and enemy strategies. This inclusive approach enhanced effectiveness while reducing the risk of rebellion, as Allied troops had vested interests in Mongol success. Naval warfare, though less emphasized, was also developed under the Mongols, particularly during campaigns against Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia.
While not as dominant as their cavalry, Mongol naval efforts demonstrated their willingness to adapt traditional steppe strategies to maritime environments. Ships, amphibious operations, and riverine logistics extended the Mongols' reach, highlighting their capacity for flexible military innovation across environments. The Mongols also emphasized training, discipline, and continuous readiness. Soldiers were drilled in formations, archery, horsemanship, and coordinated maneuvers from a young age. Loyalty and obedience were reinforced through a combination of reward, personal bonds with commanders, and strict enforcement of rules. Meritocratic promotion allowed talented leaders to rise regardless of background, ensuring that skill, rather than social status, determined battlefield effectiveness. Part 18 underscores that the Mongol Empire's military success was not random or solely dependent on luck. It was the result of careful planning, rigorous training, strategic intelligence, organizational innovation, psychological insight, and logistical expertise. The Mongols combined mobility with precision, terror with diplomacy, and flexibility with discipline, creating a military machine capable of both conquest and sustainable administration. In conclusion, the Mongol military legacy demonstrates how strategy, organization, and innovation can produce unprecedented success even for a nomadic society. Cavalry mastery, disciplined structure, intelligence gathering, siege technology, psychological warfare, and logistics created an army that reshaped the world. Part 18 emphasizes that Mongol military brilliance was inseparable from the empire's broader achievements, influencing governance, trade, diplomacy, and culture. Their methods set new standards for warfare and left enduring lessons in military science that would echo for centuries.
In the 19th phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the focus shifts to the empire's interactions with neighboring civilizations and the broader global impact of Mongol expansion. While earlier sections emphasized conquest, administration, culture, economy, diplomacy, science, society, environment, and military innovation, Part 19 examines how the Mongols influenced regions beyond their direct control and how their presence reshaped political, cultural, and economic systems across Eurasia. This phase highlights the Mongols' role as connectors, challengers, and catalysts in the broader history of the medieval world. The Mongols' expansion brought them into contact with a wide variety of civilizations, each with its own political and cultural structures. In China, the Yuan dynasty unifying the country under foreign rule while maintaining many Chinese administrative practices. In Persia, the Ilkhanate integrated Mongol and Persian systems, blending steppe traditions with Islamic governance. In Russia, the Mongol Golden Horde imposed tribute, but allowed local princes considerable autonomy. These interactions demonstrate the Mongols' ability to accommodate local traditions while asserting imperial authority, creating a model for governance that balanced coercion and cooperation. Beyond direct rule, the Mongols influenced regions indirectly through trade, diplomacy, and migration. Their protection of the Silk Road enabled the movement of goods, people, and ideas between East and West. Technologies such as papermaking, gunpowder, and printing spread across the empire's territories, reaching Europe through Persia and Central Asia. The empire's networks facilitated the exchange of scientific knowledge, artistic styles, and cultural practices, creating a web of influence that extended far beyond conquered territories. The Mongols also played a role in the transformation of political dynamics in neighboring states. European rulers, for example, sought alliances or communication with the Mongols during the Crusades, seeing them as both a potential threat and strategic partner against Muslim powers.
Similarly, in the Middle East, local rulers had to navigate the realities of Mongol expansion, adapting tribute systems, military defenses, and diplomacy to survive. This influence extended the Mongols' impact beyond their empire, shaping international relations and strategic calculations across Eurasia. Cultural diffusion under Mongol influence was significant. Artistic styles, literary motifs, and architectural techniques traveled along Mongol trade routes, blending regional traditions into hybrid forms. Persian miniatures adopted Chinese influences. Central Asian textiles incorporated Persian patterns, and architectural styles combined steppe, Islamic, and Chinese elements. The mobility of artisans, scholars, and merchants under Mongol protection created a transcontinental cultural network that accelerated innovation and cross-cultural exchange. Religious and intellectual exchange was similarly enhanced. The Mongols' policy of religious tolerance allowed scholars and clerics to travel and interact freely, spreading ideas across faiths and regions. Buddhist, Islamic, Christian, and shamanistic knowledge circulated along trade routes, influencing education, philosophy, and theology. Mongol courts often sponsored translations, bringing texts from one language and tradition into another, and enabling a wider dissemination of ideas that shaped intellectual developments for generations. The Mongols' presence also reshaped demographic and social structures in neighboring regions. Forced migrations, resettlements, and the movement of labor and artisans under Mongol rule altered population patterns, creating new urban centers and revitalizing trade hubs. Refugee movements and military campaigns introduced ethnic and cultural diversity into regions that had previously been more homogeneous. These demographic shifts had lasting effects, influencing the composition of societies long after Mongol rule ended. Trade and economic impact extended far beyond Mongol borders. European and Middle Eastern merchants benefited from the security and connectivity provided by Mongol networks, while luxury goods, spices, and knowledge flowed in unprecedented volumes. The Mongols facilitated early forms of proto-globalization, linking markets and enabling the spread of both material and intellectual capital across continents. The empire acted as a bridge between civilizations, making distant societies increasingly aware of one another. The Mongols also influenced military and political thinking in neighboring states. Observing Mongol tactics, armies across Europe, the Middle East, and Asia adapted cavalry maneuvers, siege techniques, and intelligence practices. The empire's example demonstrated both the potential and limits of mobile, disciplined forces, inspiring military innovation in regions far removed from the steppe. Part 19 underscores that the Mongol Empire was not an isolated phenomenon, but an integral force in shaping the medieval world. Through direct conquest, trade networks, cultural exchange, diplomacy, and demographic transformation, the Mongols left an enduring imprint on civilizations across Eurasia. Their influence extended beyond their empire's borders, affecting politics, economics, culture, and knowledge systems in ways that persisted for centuries. In conclusion, the Mongols' interactions with neighboring civilizations highlight their role as connectors and transformers in global history. Their empire served as a conduit for goods, ideas, people, and technologies, bridging East and West and reshaping political and cultural landscapes. Part 19 emphasizes that the Mongol legacy cannot be understood solely in terms of territorial conquest. It must also be seen in the broader context of transcontinental influence, demonstrating how one empire could alter the course of Eurasian history and leave a lasting imprint on global civilization.
In the 20th and final phase of the Mongol Empire narrative, the focus turns to the decline, fragmentation, and enduring legacy of the empire, examining how one of history's largest contiguous empires unraveled, yet left a profound and lasting impact on world history. While previous sections explored conquest, governance, culture, economy, diplomacy, science, society, environment, military strategy, and transcontinental influence, Part 20 analyzes the causes of decline, the processes of division, and the ways in which the Mongol legacy persisted long after the political empire ceased to exist. The decline of the Mongol Empire was gradual and multifaceted. Internal divisions among Genghis Khan's descendants created competing khanates that increasingly acted independently, undermining centralized authority. The empire, once a unified political and military machine, became a collection of semi-autonomous states: the Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Golden Horde in Russia. While each khanate retained Mongol traditions and governance structures, rivalry, succession disputes, and regional pressures eroded cohesion. The absence of a single unifying leader made coordinated policy, trade, and military campaigns increasingly difficult. Economic pressures also contributed to the empire's fragmentation. Overextension of resources, inflation in the Yuan dynasty, and disruptions in agricultural production challenged the stability of Mongol administration. Dependence on long-distance trade, which had been a source of strength, became a vulnerability when political instability, climate events, or epidemics disrupted networks. These economic strains, combined with administrative corruption and inefficiencies, weakened the Khanate's ability to maintain control over their territories and populations. Military challenges accelerated the empire's decline. While Mongol armies had been formidable in open battle and mobile warfare, the integration of sedentary societies and heavily fortified regions presented new difficulties. Local populations learned to resist more effectively, and successor states developed military strategies that countered traditional Mongol tactics. In addition, prolonged campaigns, costly defense of distant territories, and internal revolts drained resources and undermined the military dominance that had been central to Mongol power. The fragmentation of the empire also reflected cultural and social factors. As Mongol rulers settled in urban centers and adopted local customs, they increasingly assimilated into the societies they governed. This process, evident in the Yuan dynasty's adoption of Chinese bureaucratic practices and the Ilkhanate's embrace of Islam, gradually transformed Mongol identity. While this facilitated governance and legitimacy, it also diminished the nomadic, steppe-based cohesion that had enabled the empire's rapid expansion, contributing to political decentralization. Despite decline, the Mongol legacy endured in numerous ways. Trade networks established under Mongol protection continued to function, facilitating economic and cultural exchange for decades. Cities founded or revitalized by the Mongols remained commercial and cultural hubs. The transmission of scientific knowledge, technological innovations, artistic styles, and administrative practices persisted, influencing subsequent civilizations across Eurasia. Even after the fall of political authority, Mongol-inspired systems of governance, meritocratic appointments, and military organization shaped regional powers. The Mongol impact on global history extended beyond Eurasia. By connecting East and West, the Mongols accelerated the circulation of goods, ideas, and technologies, laying the groundwork for the early modern world. European exploration, the spread of gunpowder technology,
advances in cartography, and the flow of knowledge from China and the Islamic world into Europe were all facilitated by networks established under Mongol rule. In this sense, the Mongols functioned as a bridge between civilizations, influencing patterns of globalization long after their political dominance ended. Religious and cultural legacies were also significant. Mongol policies of tolerance and patronage created spaces for the flourishing of diverse faiths and artistic traditions. Architectural, literary, and artistic innovations continued to inspire subsequent generations. The integration of nomadic and sedentary practices produced hybrid cultural forms that shaped the identity and development of regions across Asia and Eastern Europe. In terms of military influence, the Mongols left an enduring mark on strategy and organization. Successor states, regional powers, and even European armies adopted elements of Mongol cavalry tactics, intelligence gathering, and siege techniques. The emphasis on mobility, discipline, and logistical coordination became part of the broader military heritage of Eurasia. Part 20 also reflects on the paradoxical nature of Mongol rule. While the empire was associated with destruction, conquest, and terror, it simultaneously facilitated cultural synthesis, economic integration, technological transfer, and the creation of administrative and social systems that endured. This dual legacy of devastation and innovation underscores the complexity of the Mongol impact on world history. In conclusion, the decline and fragmentation of the Mongol Empire marked the end of centralized political authority, but not the end of its influence. Part 20 emphasizes that the Mongols' enduring legacy lies in their ability to connect continents, foster trade, advance knowledge, reshape societies, and influence governance and military practice. The empire's story demonstrates how even when political power dissipates, the structural, cultural, and intellectual consequences of empire can persist for centuries. The Mongols' remarkable capacity for conquest, organization, and cross-cultural integration left a permanent imprint on Eurasia and the broader world, cementing their place as one of history's most transformative powers. One of the Mongol Empire narrative focuses on the enduring legacy and long-term consequences of the empire, examining how the Mongols shaped the trajectory of Eurasian and even global history centuries after their political authority waned. While previous sections traced conquest, governance, military innovation, commerce, culture, diplomacy, science, society, and the eventual decline, Part 21 explores the structural, cultural, economic, and intellectual influences that continued to resonate long after the fragmentation of the Khanates. The Mongols' impact was multifaceted, spanning trade networks, technological diffusion, statecraft, cultural synthesis, and even environmental and demographic shifts, demonstrating that the consequences of empire extend far beyond its political lifespan. The Mongols' unique combination of mobility, organization, and openness to expertise and foreign ideas allowed them to act as a conduit for knowledge and exchange, transforming not only the regions they conquered directly, but also distant civilizations through indirect influence. One of the most significant legacies of the Mongols lies in the creation and maintenance of transcontinental trade networks that connected East and West in ways previously unimaginable. Under the security of the Pax Mongolica, merchants, travelers, and scholars moved with relative safety across thousands of miles, facilitating unprecedented commercial exchange. Silk, spices, metals, textiles, and other commodities flowed along the Silk Road, while ideas, religious beliefs, scientific knowledge, and artistic styles traveled alongside material goods. This connectivity not only enriched economies, but also fostered cultural and intellectual cross-pollination, laying the foundation for early forms of globalization. European explorers, merchants, and scholars benefited indirectly from these networks, encountering knowledge and technologies from China, Persia, and Central Asia that would later influence navigation, military tactics, and scientific inquiry. The Mongols' facilitation of long-distance commerce and communication demonstrates that empire can serve as a bridge between distant civilizations, extending influence far beyond territorial boundaries. Technological and scientific exchange under the Mongols was equally transformative. Scholars, engineers, astronomers, and physicians traveled widely, bringing innovations and discoveries to new regions. Chinese advancements in papermaking, printing, and gunpowder technology reached Central Asia, Persia, and eventually Europe, profoundly altering military, administrative, and cultural practices. Persian and Islamic knowledge of astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and geography circulated eastward, enriching Chinese and Central Asian scholarship. The Mongols' protection of scholars, tolerance of diverse religions, and employment of foreign expertise created an intellectual ecosystem that enabled knowledge to cross linguistic, cultural, and geographical barriers. In addition, cartography and geographic knowledge expanded, as travelers like Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta recorded detailed observations of distant lands, trade centers, and political systems. The Mongols' networks acted as conduits for these exchanges, demonstrating that their empire was not solely a political and military structure, but also a facilitator of human understanding and intellectual progress. Culturally, the Mongol Empire catalyzed hybridization and synthesis. Cities within the empire became cosmopolitan centers where diverse peoples interacted, creating new forms of art, architecture, literature, and craftsmanship. Persian miniature painting incorporated Chinese stylistic influences. Central Asian textiles blended Mongol, Persian, and Turkic designs, and architectural projects combined steppe, Islamic, and East Asian elements. Religious tolerance allowed multiple faiths to coexist, facilitating dialogue between Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, and shamanistic traditions. Translation movements, sponsored or encouraged by Mongol authorities, made texts accessible across linguistic boundaries, contributing to the diffusion of knowledge in law, theology, science, and literature. These cultural exchanges not only enriched local traditions, but also established enduring networks of influence, demonstrating that the Mongols' openness to diversity had profound and lasting effects on art, culture, and intellectual life. In governance and administration, the Mongol Empire left a lasting imprint on statecraft across Eurasia. Their combination of meritocracy, centralized oversight, local autonomy, and integrated civil-military organization provided models for future empires. The Yuan dynasty in China influenced later Chinese dynastic administration, while the Ilkhanate and Golden Horde inspired practices in Persia, Central Asia, and Russia. The Mongols' use of systematic census-taking, standardized taxation, and reliable communication networks demonstrated the importance of bureaucracy and record-keeping in maintaining large empires. Even after political fragmentation, successor states and neighboring civilizations adopted elements of Mongol administration, blending them with indigenous practices. This influence illustrates that the Mongols' legacy extended beyond conquest into the realm of institutional development, shaping the governance of Eurasian polities for generations. Economically, the Mongols' encouragement of trade, protection of merchants, and integration of local economies contributed to sustained prosperity and innovation. While the empire's decline created vulnerabilities and localized disruption, the networks and systems established during Mongol rule persisted. Long-distance commerce continued, regional production centers thrived, and markets remained interconnected. The facilitation of trade also accelerated technological and financial innovations, such as the use of bills of exchange, promissory notes, and credit systems, which would later influence early modern economic structures in both Asia and Europe. In this way, the Mongols' economic policies provided structural foundations that shaped commerce long after their political authority had faded. The Mongols' military legacy continued to influence neighboring civilizations as well. Their strategies in cavalry warfare, reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, siegecraft, and logistical coordination became reference points for armies in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Successor states and adversaries alike studied Mongol tactics, adapting lessons to local conditions. The emphasis on mobility, discipline, and organization set standards for military professionalism, demonstrating that the Mongols' influence extended beyond immediate conquest into the realm of enduring military doctrine. Demographically, the Mongol period reshaped populations through forced migrations, resettlement, urbanization, and labor mobilization. While initial conquest caused devastation and displacement, long-term effects included the creation of new cities, integrated labor systems, and diverse urban populations. Ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity became more pronounced in many regions, fostering hybrid identities and networks of cooperation that persisted for centuries. The Mongols' facilitation of human mobility also had unintended consequences, including the spread of diseases such as the plague, which reshaped populations across Eurasia. These demographic shifts illustrate the profound and often complex human consequences of imperial rule. Environmentally, the Mongol Empire influenced land use, agriculture, and pastoral systems. Steppe management practices, irrigation improvements, and urban planning in conquered regions affected the sustainability and productivity of the land. While nomadic and sedentary lifestyles sometimes clashed, the Mongols often adapted to local environmental conditions, preserving or enhancing systems that supported both population and military needs. These practices contributed to the long-term resilience and development of regional economies, demonstrating that environmental knowledge and adaptation were integral to imperial strategy. The Mongols' influence on cross-cultural diplomacy and international relations was equally profound. Their interactions with European, Middle Eastern, and Asian powers created a new paradigm for long-distance negotiation, alliance building, and political exchange. Envoys, tribute systems, and strategic marriages connected previously distant states, creating diplomatic networks that facilitated both cooperation and conflict management. These practices influenced subsequent models of international diplomacy, illustrating the Mongols' role in shaping patterns of political interaction across Eurasia. Finally, the Mongol Empire serves as a reminder of the paradoxical nature of imperial legacy. It was simultaneously destructive and constructive. While the conquests involved mass violence, displacement, and disruption, the empire also facilitated trade, cultural synthesis, intellectual exchange, technological diffusion, and administrative innovation. Its networks and institutions influenced societies for centuries, demonstrating that even an empire defined by warfare can leave lasting positive legacies in governance, culture, economy.
Part 22 of the Mongol Empire narrative examines how the memory, myths, and cultural representations of the Mongols have persisted and evolved long after the political empire ceased to exist, highlighting the ways in which historical perception, legend, and modern scholarship interact to shape global understanding of the Mongol legacy. While previous sections chronicled the empire's rise, conquests, governance, society, military innovations, diplomacy, economy, and enduring influence, Part 22 emphasizes the interpretive and symbolic dimensions of the Mongol Empire in human memory. Across centuries, the Mongols have been remembered variously as ruthless conquerors, brilliant strategists, cultural intermediaries, and agents of globalization, reflecting both historical realities and the selective storytelling of different societies. In Europe, the Mongols quickly became figures of awe and terror following their invasions of Eastern Europe in the 13th century. Chroniclers depicted them as almost supernatural warriors, embodying speed, discipline, and cruelty. Tales of vast cavalry charges, unstoppable armies, and the systematic destruction of cities circulated widely, influencing European literature, folklore, and collective imagination. The Mongols became symbols of the other, representing both fear and fascination for medieval societies. Yet, over time, European engagement with Mongol envoys, traders, and travelers introduced nuance to these perceptions. Figures such as Marco Polo presented detailed accounts of Mongol administration, culture, and daily life, revealing sophistication, urban development, and trade networks alongside military prowess. This duality, terror and admiration, persisted in European historical memory, influencing literature, diplomacy, and the emerging field of historiography. In Asia, the Mongols' legacy was complex and multifaceted. In China, the Yuan dynasty's Mongol rulers were alternately celebrated for unifying the country and criticized for foreign domination, heavy taxation, and ethnic discrimination. Chinese historical records often balance recognition of administrative and cultural achievements with accounts of rebellion, hardship, and eventual expulsion of Mongol authority. Similarly, in Persia, the Ilkhanate left a mixed legacy, remembered for both the devastation of cities like Baghdad and for contributions to architecture, scholarship, and urban life. Across Central Asia, local traditions preserved stories of Mongol bravery, horsemanship, and loyalty, blending historical fact with folklore. In all cases, the Mongol memory was not static, but evolved with cultural context, political needs, and societal interpretations, showing how historical memory is constructed and reconstructed over time. Legends and myths surrounding the Mongols further shaped their image in both East and West. Tales of Genghis Khan's extraordinary leadership, wisdom, and ruthlessness became foundational to narratives of empire building, inspiring subsequent rulers and authors. The notion of Genghis Khan as a universal conqueror, a figure destined to unite the world under Mongol rule, was amplified by chronicles, oral histories, and later literary works. In popular imagination, the Mongols embodied extremes, unparalleled strategic genius, unstoppable military power, and sometimes barbaric cruelty. These myths have persisted into modern times, influencing cinema, literature, and art, from epic historical novels to Hollywood portrayals, often blending historical research with dramatized legend. Modern historiography has worked to reassess and contextualize the Mongol Empire, challenging earlier Eurocentric or sensationalist narratives. Scholars increasingly recognize that the Mongols were not merely destroyers, but also administrators, facilitators of trade, patrons of science, and connectors of civilizations. Their empire enabled unprecedented movement of goods, people, and ideas, fostering cross-cultural exchange and intellectual growth. Modern research emphasizes their environmental adaptation, organizational sophistication, and strategic diplomacy, presenting a more nuanced understanding that balances their military conquests with contributions to global history. This academic reevaluation has shifted the Mongols from purely fearsome figures to complex actors whose influence resonates in economics, culture, science, and governance. In popular culture, the Mongols continue to inspire fascination. Films, video games, novels, and television portray Genghis Khan and Mongol warriors as embodiments of martial skill, leadership, and conquest. These representations often exaggerate aspects of cruelty or mystique, but also celebrate innovation, resilience, and strategic intelligence. Mongol imagery, cavalry charges, steppe landscapes, traditional armor, and archery has become symbolic of mobility, endurance, and tactical brilliance. Beyond entertainment, such depictions also shape public understanding of history, influencing perceptions of leadership, warfare, and empire building.
The Mongol legacy also intersects with national identities. In Mongolia, Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire serve as sources of pride, national unity, and historical continuity. Statues, museums, and educational curricula commemorate his achievements, framing the Mongols as innovators, unifiers, and builders of a civilization that reshaped the world. In contrast, other regions affected by conquest, such as parts of China, Persia, and Eastern Europe, remember Mongol invasions with ambivalence, highlighting destruction and hardship alongside administrative or cultural contributions. This variation in memory underscores how historical legacies are not universal, but socially and culturally mediated. Globally, the Mongols' influence persists in ways beyond historical narratives. Their facilitation of trade, communication, and cultural exchange laid foundations for later globalization. Many of the innovations and connections established during Mongol rule, such as improved trade networks, diplomatic correspondence, and intellectual exchange, continued to impact Eurasian society centuries later. The Mongol Empire demonstrates how an empire's significance is not limited to its temporal or geographic span, but continues through the structures, knowledge, and connections it establishes. In this sense, the Mongols serve as a historical lens for understanding processes of globalization, integration, and cross-cultural interaction long before the modern era. The environmental and epidemiological consequences of Mongol networks are remembered indirectly through history. The rapid movement of armies, traders, and peoples contributed to the spread of diseases, most notably the Black Death, which reshaped populations and economies across Eurasia. While catastrophic in its immediate impact, this also exemplifies the far-reaching effects of empire, showing how political and economic systems can inadvertently shape human ecology, health, and demographic patterns. Such consequences are part of the Mongol legacy, illustrating that empire leaves marks not only in culture and politics, but also in human-environment interactions. Education and scholarship continued to re-examine Mongol history. New archaeological discoveries, manuscript studies, and interdisciplinary research shed light on daily life, administrative practices, military organization, and social structures within the empire. Digital archives, translation projects, and collaborative international research allow historians and the public to access previously obscure sources, fostering a more comprehensive understanding. This modern scholarship balances the myths and legends with empirical evidence, illustrating the evolving nature of historical knowledge and the importance of revisiting narratives long dominated by bias or sensationalism. Finally, Part 22 emphasizes that the Mongols' memory, mythical, historical, and modern, is itself a reflection of the empire's enduring impact. Across centuries, the Mongols have been feared, admired, studied, and celebrated. They serve as a symbol of both the destructive potential of military power and the constructive possibilities of empire building, trade facilitation, and cultural integration. Their story continues to reflect on leadership, mobility, strategy, tolerance, and cross-cultural interaction. By examining the Mongols' place in collective memory, historians and societies gain insight not only into the past, but into the ways history is interpreted, remembered, and used to shape identity and understanding in the present. In conclusion, Part 22 illustrates that the Mongol Empire's significance extends beyond historical events into cultural memory, myth, and modern perception. Their image has been shaped by fear, admiration, legend, scholarship, and artistic representation, reflecting the complex interplay between fact and interpretation. The Mongols continued to influence literature, cinema, education, national identity, and global historical understanding. Part 23 of the Mongol Empire narrative explores the intriguing possibilities of alternate history,
examining how Eurasia and the wider world might have evolved if the Mongols had expanded further, maintained greater unity, or pursued different strategies. While previous sections chronicled the rise, administration, culture, diplomacy, science, military innovations, societal transformations, and lasting legacy of the Mongol Empire, Part 23 adopts a speculative lens, imagining scenarios in which the empire's influence could have been even more transformative. This approach allows historians, scholars, and enthusiasts to reflect on the contingent nature of history, the interplay between leadership and circumstance, and the profound ways in which individual decisions and structural dynamics can alter global trajectories. One of the most compelling what-if scenarios considers a fully unified Mongol Empire under a capable descendant of Genghis Khan who maintained cohesion across all khanates. Had the Yuan dynasty, the Il Khanate, the Golden Horde, and the Chagatai Khanate remained politically and militarily integrated, the Mongols could have projected unprecedented power across Eurasia for centuries. Such an empire might have prevented the fragmentation and localized decline that historically occurred, enabling more stable governance, centralized administration, and sustained protection of trade networks. A united Mongol polity would have strengthened the Silk Road and expanded maritime ventures, potentially linking East Asia to Europe and the Middle East more directly. The resulting accelerated economic and technological exchange might have brought forward the timeline of globalization, introducing innovations and ideas across continents decades or even centuries earlier than in recorded history. In this scenario, Europe might have experienced earlier access to Chinese and Persian innovations, including gunpowder, printing technology, papermaking, navigational instruments, and advanced cartography. The diffusion of knowledge could have spurred earlier industrial or scientific developments, reshaping European political, economic, and military landscapes long before the Renaissance and Age of Exploration. Centralized Mongol authority might have also stabilized regions in Eastern Europe and Russia, allowing for greater integration of trade, cultural exchange, and political alliances. The Mongols' meritocratic approach to governance and military organization could have influenced the development of European bureaucratic institutions, military strategy, and diplomatic protocols in ways that historically did not occur until later centuries. Another alternate scenario considers the Mongols' potential for global maritime expansion. Historically, their naval campaigns in Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia met with mixed success, partly due to technological limitations and environmental obstacles. Had the Mongols invested more heavily in naval infrastructure, shipbuilding technology, and maritime strategy, they might have projected power into the Indian Ocean, reaching the coasts of South and Southeast Asia, and perhaps even influencing trade in East Africa. Such maritime dominance could have altered the course of Indian Ocean commerce, integrating Mongol-controlled ports into a network that connected East Asia, the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa. The result could have accelerated the spread of crops, technology, religions, and ideas, creating an earlier form of global economic integration that would have profoundly affected subsequent colonial and imperial expansions. In addition to economic and technological effects, a more dominant Mongol Empire might have reshaped religious landscapes. The Mongols' historical policy of religious tolerance allowed diverse faiths to flourish within their domains. In a hypothetical scenario of expanded influence, this approach could have facilitated broader interfaith dialogue across Eurasia and the Indian Ocean world, fostering intellectual and theological synthesis between Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and other traditions. Religious tolerance on such a vast scale could have mitigated sectarian conflict in certain regions, creating hybrid cultural and intellectual centers of unprecedented scale. Universities, monasteries, madrasas, and centers of scholarship could have exchanged ideas across continents, accelerating scientific, philosophical, and literary development.
However, alternate history also invites consideration of potential negative consequences. Sustained Mongol dominance could have intensified environmental pressures, given the steppe-based pastoral lifestyle and reliance on large-scale warfare and logistical mobilization. Intensified land use, overgrazing, and urban expansion might have created ecological strain. Additionally, disease transmission, historically exemplified by the spread of the plague along Mongol trade routes, could have been more severe in a scenario of even greater connectivity. Rapid population movement, integrated markets, and long-distance armies would have increased the pace and scale of pandemics, potentially reshaping demographics and political stability across Eurasia in ways both beneficial and catastrophic. Military dynamics would have been transformed as well. A more centralized and technologically integrated Mongol army could have imposed unprecedented pressure on established states, including the Byzantine Empire, the kingdoms of Europe, the Delhi Sultanate, and the Mamluk Sultanate. These powers might have either fallen under Mongol domination or adapted earlier to Mongol tactics, spurring innovations in fortification, cavalry strategy, siegecraft, and intelligence gathering. The strategic interplay between Mongol forces and neighboring states could have accelerated military technological development across Eurasia, changing the nature of warfare centuries before the emergence of gunpowder empires. Cultural impact in this alternate scenario could have been enormous. Cities such as Karakoram, Samarkand, Bukhara, Baghdad, and Beijing might have become cosmopolitan centers of global significance on par with later capitals like London or Paris. The Mongols' encouragement of artisans, merchants, and scholars could have created urban networks where ideas, art, literature, and technology were exchanged on a scale unmatched in the medieval world. The fusion of Persian, Chinese, Turkic, European, and Central Asian traditions in a single political and economic sphere might have produced unique cultural synthesis, influencing language, architecture, fashion, cuisine, and knowledge systems. Such a cosmopolitan civilization could have altered the trajectory of cultural development for centuries, potentially leading to earlier integration of scientific methods, literary innovation, and philosophical discourse across continents. Trade and finance would also have been revolutionized under a more unified Mongol Empire. Standardized currency, secure long-distance trade, and early banking or credit systems could have accelerated the development of global economic structures. Merchants might have traveled farther with greater safety, while markets integrated across regions would have fostered early proto-capitalist or commercial economies. The Mongols' encouragement of mobility coupled with security could have created conditions for technological transfer, agricultural innovation, and industrial precursors long before the European Renaissance or Age of Discovery. In an alternate scenario, the Mongol Empire might have even influenced the Americas indirectly. By accelerating Eurasian technological development and trade, Mongol connectivity could have contributed to earlier maritime exploration, potentially reaching the Americas before the historical voyages of Columbus. Crops, livestock, navigational technology, and cultural knowledge from Eurasia could have arrived in the New World centuries earlier, fundamentally reshaping the trajectory of indigenous civilizations and global interaction. The implications for global population, trade, and culture are staggering, illustrating how Mongol influence could have extended far beyond their historical geographical boundaries. Part 23 also considers leadership and succession. A more stable lineage of Khans who avoided internal factionalism could have preserved empire-wide coordination, maintained meritocratic promotion, and ensured continuity in governance and military strategy. Such continuity might have prevented the fragmentation that historically limited Mongol influence after the 14th century, allowing for longer-term integration of trade, administration, and culture. The Mongol Empire's longevity under stable leadership could have created enduring institutions that shaped Eurasian states and inspired governance models elsewhere, leaving a more profound imprint on the formation of empires in subsequent centuries. In conclusion, Part 23 underscores that the Mongol Empire, even as it existed historically, was a force of profound and wide-ranging influence, and that the possibilities of alternate history reveal the contingent nature of global development. A more unified, expanded, or strategically different Mongol Empire could have accelerated trade, technology, cultural exchange, governance, religious integration, and exploration on a global scale. While such speculation cannot replace historical fact, it highlights the Mongols' potential as connectors, innovators, and agents of transformation, demonstrating that even a single empire can.
Part 24 of the Mongol Empire narrative examines the profound environmental, ecological, and demographic consequences of the empire's expansion and administration, emphasizing how Mongol mobility, warfare, trade networks, and governance reshaped landscapes, resource use, and human populations across Eurasia. While earlier sections focused on conquest, governance, military innovation, cultural influence, trade, and legacy, Part 24 explores how the empire's physical and demographic footprint left lasting effects on the natural and human environment, demonstrating that empire building is not only a political and cultural phenomenon, but also an ecological and demographic one. The Mongol Empire, originating as a nomadic steppe polity, operated with remarkable mobility and flexibility, enabling its armies to traverse vast distances quickly. This mobility was intimately tied to environmental adaptation, as Mongol armies relied on horses, camels, and livestock to sustain themselves over long campaigns. The need to maintain large herds for sustenance and transportation had ecological implications. Pastures were extensively grazed, river valleys and steppe ecosystems were shaped by seasonal movement, and certain regions saw intensified pressure on local flora and fauna. The Mongols' reliance on natural resources dictated campaign routes, settlement patterns, and seasonal strategies, illustrating the close interplay between ecology and military logistics. Military campaigns themselves had transformative effects on the environment and populations. Sieges, city sackings, and the deliberate destruction of agricultural lands caused localized depopulation, soil disruption, and shifts in settlement patterns. Cities like Nishapur, Baghdad, Kiev, and Samarkand experienced partial or total destruction during Mongol campaigns, which led to short-term environmental degradation and long-term urban restructuring. Forests were sometimes cleared to build fortifications or supply armies. Rivers were used for transportation and as defensive lines, and cultivated lands were repurposed for grazing or left fallow due to depopulation. These activities reshaped regional ecosystems, altering plant and animal populations and influencing land use patterns for generations. Trade networks under the Mongols, particularly the Silk Road and subsidiary routes, also had environmental consequences. The expansion of caravan traffic increased demand for fodder, water, and shelter along trade corridors, prompting the development of way stations, stables, and supply hubs. Urban centers and towns along these routes grew, drawing on local agricultural production and leading to intensified farming practices, irrigation expansion, and market-oriented land use. This integration of ecology and commerce created new human-environment interactions, with certain regions experiencing both economic prosperity and environmental strain due to increased resource extraction. Demographic consequences of the Mongol Empire were equally profound. Conquests, forced migrations, and resettlement policies redistributed populations across Eurasia.
Skilled artisans, laborers, and administrators were often relocated to serve imperial projects, while defeated populations were sometimes enslaved, displaced, or subjected to tribute obligations. These population movements altered the ethnic and cultural composition of cities, rural areas, and entire regions, leading to new patterns of settlement, trade, and cultural integration. Urbanization accelerated in some areas, particularly in cities favored by Mongol administration or along key trade routes, while rural depopulation occurred in regions devastated by warfare or excessive taxation. Such demographic shifts had long-term implications for economic productivity, cultural exchange, and political stability. The Mongols also indirectly influenced environmental changes through the spread of disease. Trade, army movement, and population mobility facilitated the transmission of pathogens, most notably the plague, which devastated populations in Central Asia, Persia, Eastern Europe, and eventually Western Europe. These epidemics led to sudden population declines, labor shortages, and land abandonment, with cascading effects on agriculture, trade, and social organization. Forests and pastures sometimes reclaimed previously cultivated land, altering ecosystems and affecting regional climate interactions. The connection between empire, mobility, and disease illustrates the unintended ecological and demographic consequences of large-scale political and military organization. Agricultural practices under Mongol rule were both adaptive and transformative. In conquered regions, the Mongols often retained local agrarian systems while introducing steppe-based management strategies. Irrigation networks, crop rotation, and pastoral integration were maintained or enhanced to support urban centers and armies. In some cases, the Mongols promoted settlement of nomadic populations into arable lands, creating hybrid land use systems that combined pastoral and agricultural production. These strategies affected soil management, water distribution, and land productivity, demonstrating that empire building influenced both human and environmental systems. Urban environments under Mongol administration were shaped by demographic, economic, and ecological considerations. Cities such as Karakoram, Samarkand, Bukhara, Beijing, and Baghdad grew as centers of administration, commerce, and culture. The concentration of population created new demands for food, water, energy, and housing, prompting urban planning, the expansion of marketplaces, and the creation of infrastructure such as wells, canals, and road networks. This urbanization altered local ecosystems, with deforestation, water diversion, and soil modification accompanying growth. Furthermore, the Mongols' encouragement of artisans and merchants enhanced trade networks, leading to increased movement of resources across regions and contributing to the environmental shaping of landscapes far beyond immediate political centers. Climate and environmental variation also intersected with Mongol expansion. Harsh winters, droughts, and steppe variability influenced campaign timing, settlement patterns, and herd management. Mongol leaders adapted to these conditions with remarkable skill, developing logistical systems that accounted for seasonal resource availability. Such adaptation demonstrates that the Mongols' success was not solely military, but also ecological, relying on detailed knowledge of terrain, climate, and natural resource distribution. Environmental understanding thus became a component of strategy, governance, and empire maintenance. The Mongols' ecological consequences of rule also extended to biodiversity and animal populations. The maintenance of large horse and livestock herds altered grazing patterns, affected plant communities, and sometimes led to localized overgrazing. Hunting practices for sport and sustenance, combined with military requisitioning of animals, had impacts on wildlife populations. Rivers, lakes, and forests were used strategically for defense, transport, and sustenance, shaping hydrological and terrestrial ecosystems. These interactions illustrate that the Mongols were not only political actors, but also agents of environmental change, whether intentionally or through the scale of their activities. Part 24 further considers the long-term human environmental consequences of Mongol policies. Resettlement of populations, creation of trade hubs, and urban expansion often reshaped regional demographics in ways that persisted for centuries. Ecosystems adapted to changing patterns of agriculture, grazing, and settlement, while previously marginal lands were brought into economic use. In some regions, depopulation allowed ecosystems to recover temporarily, while in others, intensive use led to degradation. These patterns underscore the complex interplay between political power, population dynamics, and environmental transformation. Finally, Part 24 emphasizes that the Mongol Empire serves as a case study in the intersection of human activity, ecology, and demography. Its expansion illustrates that large-scale political and military endeavors have consequences far beyond immediate political goals, affecting landscapes, resources, population patterns, and disease ecology. The Mongols' ability to adapt to ecological constraints, utilize natural resources effectively, and integrate environmental knowledge into strategy was central to their success, while their activities left a lasting imprint on both human and natural systems. In conclusion, Part 24 highlights the Mongol Empire not only as a political and military phenomenon, but also as a transformative environmental and demographic force. Through mobility, warfare, trade, urbanization, population movement, and ecological adaptation, the Mongols reshaped landscapes, altered ecosystems, and redistributed human population.
Part 25 of the Mongol Empire narrative explores the roles, influence, and agency of women in Mongol society, emphasizing their contributions to politics, military strategy, economic life, family structures, and cultural continuity. While previous sections have focused on conquests, governance, trade, military innovations, culture, environment, and legacy, Part 25 illuminates the often overlooked presence of women in the empire, demonstrating that Mongol women played essential roles in sustaining the state, guiding leadership, and shaping social and cultural systems. The Mongols, as a nomadic steppe society, developed social structures and gender norms distinct from many sedentary civilizations of the same period. Women were integral to the mobility and sustainability of Mongol life, managing households, overseeing livestock, and ensuring the survival of families during long migrations or military campaigns. Their labor was essential to pastoral economies, including herding, milking, food preparation, textile production, and trade of animal products, establishing women as key economic actors whose work underpinned both daily life and imperial logistics. In addition to economic roles, Mongol women wielded significant political influence. Noble women and members of the royal family were often involved in decision-making, succession planning, and the management of territories in their husbands' or sons' absences. Genghis Khan's own daughters and granddaughters, for instance, were entrusted with the administration of strategic regions, commanding loyalty from local populations and supervising tribute collection. These women exercised authority comparable to male leaders in certain circumstances, demonstrating that Mongol society, while patriarchal in some respects, recognized women's capabilities and allowed for political agency based on skill, lineage, and necessity. In some cases, women acted as regents for young or absent male rulers, shaping military campaigns, negotiating alliances, and influencing imperial policy. Their involvement in governance challenges common assumptions about medieval societies being exclusively male-dominated, showing that the Mongols integrated women into political structures out of both pragmatism and respect for their abilities. Mongol women also participated directly in military affairs, although typically not as front-line combatants. They managed logistics, supplies, and intelligence networks, ensuring that armies remained mobile, fed, and informed during campaigns.
In some exceptional cases, women led troops or commanded fortifications, particularly during sieges or crises. The presence of women in military decision-making and logistical management reinforced the empire's efficiency and contributed to its capacity to maintain long-distance campaigns across challenging terrain. Their knowledge of geography, resource management, and local populations was critical in sustaining Mongol mobility and success in diverse environments. Marriage and kinship alliances further illustrate the strategic roles of women in Mongol society. Marriages were often arranged to secure political alliances, cement loyalties between clans, or integrate conquered populations. Women acted as vital connectors between different tribal and regional groups, serving as conduits for communication, influence, and cultural integration. Through these alliances, Mongol women facilitated diplomacy, peace-building, and the stabilization of newly conquered territories. The movement of women across clans and regions also contributed to cultural exchange, spreading customs, languages, and traditions that enriched the Mongol social fabric. Mongol women had influence over legal and social structures as well. Women could own property, manage households independently, and exert authority over domestic labor and family resources. In cases of widowhood or the absence of male kin, women often became heads of households, controlling both economic and social activities. Mongol customary law recognized their rights in inheritance, dowries, and family leadership, reflecting a degree of gender equity unusual for the medieval world. These legal and social privileges not only empowered women, but also reinforced social stability by ensuring continuity of management and care for households, herds, and communities. Culturally, Mongol women contributed to the preservation and transmission of knowledge, artistic practices, and religious traditions. They engaged in textile production, embroidery, and other forms of craft that carried both economic and symbolic significance. Women were instrumental in storytelling, oral history, and the transmission of genealogies, ensuring that collective memory, clan histories, and cultural knowledge were passed down through generations. Religious practices, including shamanistic rites, Buddhist rituals, and later integration with Islam and other faiths, were often centered around women as ritual leaders, educators, and caregivers. Their role in cultural continuity ensured that Mongol identity and traditions persisted even amid conquest, migration, and the integration of diverse populations. The influence of Mongol women extended into urban centers and administrative contexts as well. In the Yuan dynasty, for instance, noble women and women of the court participated in patronage of the arts, religious institutions, and public works. They commissioned architecture, manuscripts, and artistic projects that reflected both Mongol and local cultural traditions, leaving a tangible legacy that endured beyond the empire's political lifespan. In Persia and Central Asia, women similarly acted as patrons and influencers within urban contexts, integrating local artistic and religious traditions into the broader Mongol cultural milieu. Women's role in education, particularly within elite families, was also significant. Girls from noble or wealthy households received instruction in literacy, accounting, governance, and diplomacy, equipping them to manage households, estates, and regional administration. Their training ensured that women could step into leadership or advisory roles as needed, reinforcing the functionality and resilience of Mongol society. Education of women contributed to the transmission of knowledge and administrative competence, demonstrating the practical importance of gender inclusion in sustaining empire-wide cohesion. The mobility inherent in Mongol society also affected gender dynamics in unique ways. Steppe nomadism required adaptability, resilience, and cooperation between men and women. Women traveled with families and armies, contributing to the rapid movement of people, supplies, and livestock. Their knowledge of terrain, water sources, seasonal patterns, and animal husbandry was indispensable, giving them authority and respect within family and tribal structures. This symbiosis of male and female roles ensured the survival and success of Mongol campaigns and the stability of nomadic life, highlighting the interdependence of genders in sustaining empire infrastructure. Part 25 further emphasizes that Mongol women were not passive participants, but active agents in shaping the empire's trajectory. From political strategy and marriage diplomacy to economic management and cultural patronage, women exercised influence across multiple domains. Their roles demonstrate that even in a society often remembered for military conquest and male leadership, women's contributions were central to the functioning, resilience, and cultural vitality of the Mongol Empire. This perspective challenges conventional historical narratives that marginalize female agency, highlighting the nuanced and significant participation of women in sustaining imperial power. In conclusion, Part 25 highlights the essential role of women and gender dynamics in Mongol society, illustrating that the empire's success depended not only on military prowess and administrative innovation, but also on the contributions, authority, and agency of women. From economic management and pastoral labor to political strategy, marriage alliances, cultural patronage, and education, women shaped the Mongol world at every level. Their influence extended across family, tribe, and empire, ensuring continuity, stability, and integration across vast territories. By examining women's roles, historians gain a more holistic understanding of the Mongol Empire, appreciating how gender, society, and leadership intersected to sustain one of history's most transformative empires. Mongol women's legacy is thus inseparable from the empire's story, reflecting the interplay of gender, power, and cultural continuity that underpinned the Mongols' enduring impact on Eurasia and the broader world.
Part 26 of the Mongol Empire narrative examines how the organizational, military, administrative, and cultural innovations of the Mongols influenced subsequent empires, particularly the Ottomans, the Mughals, and the Qing dynasty. While previous parts chronicled the Mongols' rise, conquests, governance, trade networks, military strategies, cultural synthesis, environmental impacts, and societal structures, Part 26 highlights the long-term repercussions of Mongol practices on world history by tracing patterns of imperial governance, military organization, cultural integration, and economic management in later Eurasian powers. The Mongols' legacy as mobile conquerors with sophisticated administrative systems, meritocratic principles, and facilitation of trade provided templates for future empires seeking to consolidate vast, diverse territories under central authority. Their influence can be discerned in governance models, military innovations, statecraft, urban planning, and strategies of religious and cultural tolerance across Eurasia for centuries after the decline of the original Mongol Khanates. The Ottoman Empire, which rose in Anatolia and the Balkans beginning in the late 13th century, inherited several structural and organizational lessons from the Mongols. Like the Mongols, the Ottomans emphasized a balance between centralized authority and local autonomy, incorporating conquered peoples through systems of administration that allowed regional leaders to maintain control while paying tribute to the central state. The Ottoman devshirme system, military bureaucracy, and use of elite cavalry echo Mongol approaches to managing personnel, integrating diverse populations, and maintaining military readiness. The Mongol precedent of moving skilled artisans, administrators, and military personnel across regions to strengthen imperial cohesion influenced Ottoman practices, particularly in the development of cosmopolitan cities and administrative centers such as Istanbul. Moreover, the Ottomans, like the Mongols, utilized diplomatic networks, intelligence gathering, and strategic marriages to consolidate alliances, demonstrating a continuity of imperial pragmatism that reflects Mongol influence in both strategy and statecraft.
The Mughal Empire of the Indian subcontinent, founded in the 16th century by Babur, a descendant of Timur, who in turn traced his lineage to the Mongols, demonstrates even more direct connections to Mongol heritage. The Mughals inherited not only military strategies and cavalry-based tactics, but also governance principles shaped by steppe traditions. The use of elite mounted warriors, the integration of diverse ethnic and religious groups, and the maintenance of centralized revenue and taxation systems all echo Mongol practices. The Mughals also drew inspiration from Mongol cultural policies, promoting religious tolerance, patronizing art and architecture, and integrating local traditions into imperial culture. Cities such as Agra and Fatehpur Sikri reflect urban planning and monumental architecture that blend Central Asian steppe influences with indigenous Indian styles, echoing the cultural synthesis pioneered under Mongol rule. The Mughals' ability to manage vast, diverse territories while fostering trade and intellectual growth illustrates the enduring practical applicability of Mongol administrative models. The Qing dynasty of China, established by the Manchus in the 17th century, similarly demonstrates continuity with Mongol strategies of governance, military organization, and cultural integration. The Manchus, like the Mongols, originated as steppe nomads and adapted many Mongol principles for controlling a multi-ethnic empire. They maintained a dual system of administration to govern both sedentary Chinese populations and nomadic regions, echoing the Mongols' approach to integrating different cultures under a single polity. Military organization, including the use of elite mounted warriors, coordinated logistics, and meritocratic officer selection, reflect Mongol influence on steppe-based warfare. The Qing also promoted strategic marriages, religious tolerance, and the patronage of cultural and intellectual endeavors, demonstrating an understanding of how Mongol policies could sustain imperial stability across a vast and diverse population. Beyond these specific empires, the Mongol legacy influenced general patterns of statecraft and imperial management across Eurasia. Their emphasis on securing trade routes, maintaining communication networks, and employing local administrators under central authority provided a model for subsequent states seeking to consolidate power over large territories. The Mongols' use of census-taking, taxation systems, and postal relay networks informed later imperial bureaucracies, ensuring the efficient movement of goods, people, and information. Additionally, their openness to cultural and religious diversity demonstrated the practical value of tolerance in stabilizing multi-ethnic empires, influencing Ottoman, Mughal, and Qing strategies in integrating conquered populations. The military influence of the Mongols persisted as well. Cavalry tactics, reconnaissance, siegecraft, and intelligence networks pioneered by the Mongols were adapted and refined by later empires. The Ottomans' Janissary system, the Mughal emphasis on cavalry and artillery coordination, and the Qing integration of mounted units into frontier defense strategies all bear echoes of Mongol operational principles. These military practices allowed subsequent empires to expand effectively, manage frontier regions, and respond to both internal and external threats, demonstrating that Mongol innovation in warfare continued to shape Eurasian geopolitics long after the empire's political fragmentation. Trade and economic management under later empires reflect Mongol precedents. The Mongols' facilitation of secure long-distance commerce, standardization of taxation, and encouragement of merchant activity provided models for Ottoman, Mughal, and Qing economic systems. The establishment of markets, caravanserais, and administrative oversight of trade routes ensured economic integration across vast territories. These practices fostered wealth accumulation, urban development, and cross-cultural exchange, demonstrating that Mongol lessons in commerce and administration had enduring practical value for subsequent empires seeking to consolidate and maintain economic power. Culturally, the Mongols' example of patronage, cosmopolitanism, and synthesis of local and foreign traditions influenced the arts, literature, and architecture of later empires. Mongol precedent encouraged rulers to commission works that blended indigenous and steppe-inspired styles, leading to architectural monuments, artistic production, and literary flourishing that celebrated both imperial authority and cultural diversity. Ottoman mosques and palaces, Mughal mausoleums and gardens, and Qing ceremonial structures reflect this synthesis of stylistic influences, demonstrating that Mongol cultural policy provided both inspiration and practical guidance for rulers seeking to legitimize and glorify their power. Religious policies under the Mongols also had lasting influence. The empire's policy of religious tolerance, combined with strategic engagement with different faith communities, offered a model for managing diverse populations. This approach informed Ottoman accommodation of Christians, Jews, and Muslims, Mughal policies of coexistence between Hindus and Muslims, and Qing respect for multiple religious traditions, including Buddhism, Confucianism, and Islam. Such strategies fostered social cohesion, reduced rebellion, and encouraged loyalty to imperial authority, reflecting a continuity of practical governance inspired by Mongol precedent. In conclusion, Part 26 demonstrates that the Mongol Empire's influence extended far beyond its own temporal and geographical boundaries, shaping the development of subsequent empires across Eurasia. The Ottomans, Mughals, and Qing drew inspiration from Mongol practices in administration, military organization, economic management, cultural policy, and religious tolerance, adapting steppe-based strategies to their local contexts. By providing models for managing vast territories, diverse populations, and long-distance trade, the Mongols left an indelible imprint on the evolution of imperial governance, warfare, and cultural integration. Their legacy underscores the enduring impact of the Mongol Empire, not only in immediate historical events, but also in shaping the structures, strategies, and ideologies of later empires, revealing the profound ways in which one empire can influence global history across centuries.
Part 27 of the Mongol Empire narrative explores the profound influence of the Mongols on the development, dissemination, and exchange of scientific knowledge, technology, and intellectual traditions across Eurasia. While previous parts detailed the empire's conquests, governance, military innovations, cultural integration, environmental impact, and influence on later empires, Part 27 emphasizes the Mongols' role as facilitators of knowledge, ideas, and technological diffusion in a pre-modern globalized context. The Mongols, through their unparalleled mobility, administrative organization, and encouragement of trade and communication, created networks that connected scholars, artisans, and inventors across diverse regions, enabling the transfer of practical skills, scientific understanding, and intellectual traditions over unprecedented distances. The Mongol Empire's promotion of secure trade routes, most notably the Silk Road, was instrumental in enabling intellectual exchange. Caravans carried not only goods, but also manuscripts, instruments, mathematical knowledge, and technical expertise from China to Central Asia, Persia, and Europe, and vice versa. This flow of information facilitated the spread of innovations such as printing techniques, gunpowder technology, navigation instruments, medical knowledge, astronomical charts, and algebraic methods. The Mongols' enforcement of safe passage and their protection of merchants, envoys, and scholars created an environment conducive to knowledge transfer, reducing the risks historically associated with long-distance travel and cross-cultural interaction. The empire's religious tolerance and pluralistic policies further enhanced intellectual exchange.
By accommodating Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and shamanistic practitioners, the Mongols created spaces where scholars from different traditions could interact, debate, and collaborate. This pluralism fostered cross-pollination of ideas, particularly in astronomy, medicine, cartography, mathematics, and engineering. Mongol patronage of scholars and the relocation of skilled intellectuals to strategic centers facilitated the compilation, translation, and dissemination of knowledge. Cities such as Karakoram, Samarkand, and later Beijing under the Yuan dynasty became hubs for scientific and technical expertise, blending Persian, Chinese, Indian, and Central Asian intellectual traditions into collaborative and innovative networks. In astronomy and calendrical science, the Mongols promoted the movement of Chinese, Islamic, and Central Asian scholars across the empire, enabling comparative observation and synthesis of celestial knowledge. Persian astronomers introduced advanced mathematical models, instruments, and observational techniques into China, while Chinese innovations in star charts and celestial observation reached Central Asia and the Middle East. These interactions laid the groundwork for more accurate calendars, navigation methods, and predictions of astronomical events, demonstrating how Mongol facilitation of scholar mobility directly impacted the advancement of science. The Mongols also played a critical role in the diffusion of medical knowledge. Physicians and herbalists traveled extensively across the empire, carrying treatments, surgical techniques, and pharmacological knowledge. Chinese, Persian, and Arab medical traditions intermingled, creating opportunities for hybrid approaches to healing, disease prevention, and public health. The mobility of Mongol armies and administrative officials further accelerated the spread of medical practices, as military campaigns required attention to sanitation, nutrition, injury treatment, and epidemic control. In this way, Mongol facilitation of intellectual networks had tangible impacts on human well-being and health across Eurasia. Technological innovations similarly spread under Mongol auspices. The empire's communication networks, particularly the Yam relay system, enabled rapid transmission of information, blueprints, and technical knowledge. Innovations in siegecraft, fortification design, weaponry, and engineering moved along these networks, influencing both Mongol military campaigns and local defensive strategies. Gunpowder technology, originating in China, spread to Central Asia, the Middle East, and eventually Europe via Mongol-controlled routes, accelerating military transformations across continents. Similarly, improvements in shipbuilding, irrigation, and metallurgical techniques traveled along trade and administrative routes, demonstrating the practical impact of Mongol-mediated technological exchange. The Mongols' encouragement of scholars and artisans to relocate to key imperial centers amplified these effects. Skilled craftspeople from Persia, Central Asia, China, and Europe were often moved to cities where their expertise could support construction, administration, and technological projects. This deliberate relocation created multicultural environments in which innovation thrived, as artisans learned from each other's techniques, materials, and methods. The result was an acceleration of knowledge transfer, a fusion of styles and practices, and the development of new methods that shaped architecture, engineering, and material culture across the empire. Intellectual exchange under the Mongols was also enhanced by their support of translation efforts. Manuscripts were translated between languages, facilitating access to previously localized knowledge. Persian, Arabic, Chinese, and Mongolian texts were copied, annotated, and disseminated to distant regions, spreading information on mathematics, astronomy, medicine, engineering, and philosophy. These translation projects helped preserve knowledge during periods of political upheaval and ensured that discoveries could reach audiences far beyond their original cultural contexts. In doing so, the Mongols contributed to the formation of a Eurasian intellectual commons, enabling the cumulative advancement of science and technology across generations. In addition to facilitating the transfer of knowledge, the Mongols indirectly inspired intellectual curiosity by creating an empire that required understanding of geography, logistics, climate, and resources. Administrators, military commanders, and merchants had to map territories, manage water sources, and plan campaigns and trade routes, which necessitated the collection of empirical data and the development of cartographic and statistical methods. The Mongols' emphasis on record-keeping, census-taking, and correspondence created large-scale datasets that informed decision-making and fostered analytical approaches to governance and resource management. This systematic attention to data and observation represents a precursor to later developments in statistics, demography, and geographic sciences. The long-term impact of Mongol facilitation of knowledge is evident in subsequent historical developments. European access to Chinese and Persian scientific texts, partially mediated through Mongol trade and diplomacy, contributed to the intellectual currents that fueled the Renaissance. Innovations in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and technology influenced European scholars and engineers, demonstrating that Mongol connectivity was a key factor in the acceleration of global scientific progress. Similarly, Mongol-fostered networks influenced the Mughal Empire's scientific and architectural achievements, the Qing dynasty's compilation of encyclopedic works and cartography, and the Ottoman Empire's development of engineering, medicine, and military science. Part 27 also emphasizes that the Mongol intellectual influence was not passive but actively shaped by imperial policy. By promoting safe travel, securing trade routes, relocating skilled individuals, and supporting translation and scholarly exchange, the Mongols created conditions conducive to the spread of knowledge. Their meritocratic approach encouraged innovation, as individuals with practical skill and intellectual expertise were recognized and employed regardless of ethnic or social background. This openness, combined with administrative efficiency, ensured that ideas could move rapidly across regions and influence multiple spheres of imperial life, from governance and warfare to trade, medicine, and cultural production. In conclusion, Part 27 illustrates that the Mongol Empire was not merely a force of military conquest, but a transformative facilitator of science, technology, and intellectual exchange across Eurasia. By creating secure networks, promoting mobility, supporting translation and scholarly collaboration, and fostering environments conducive to innovation, the Mongols accelerated the diffusion of knowledge and technological expertise across continents. Their influence can be traced in the scientific, medical, technological, and cultural advancements of subsequent empires, including the Ottomans, Mughals, and Qing, as well as in Europe and the broader Eurasian world. The Mongol example demonstrates that empire can function not only as a political and military entity, but also as a conduit of human knowledge and intellectual progress, leaving a legacy that endures in the foundations of global science, technology, and cultural understanding.
Part 28 of the Mongol Empire narrative examines the empire's unparalleled impact on diplomacy, commerce, and the integration of Eurasian economies, highlighting how the Mongols transformed the political and economic landscape of the medieval world. While earlier sections explored military conquests, governance, cultural synthesis, environmental influence, the role of women, influence on later empires, and intellectual exchange, Part 28 emphasizes the Mongols' capacity to create connectivity across vast territories. By fostering trade, standardizing regulations, and promoting diplomatic networks, the Mongols not only consolidated their empire, but also reshaped the way economies functioned across Eurasia, laying the foundations for early globalization. The Mongol Empire's military conquests opened previously inaccessible regions to commerce, connecting Europe, Central Asia, China, the Middle East, and South Asia. With the establishment of the Pax Mongolica, or Mongol peace, trade routes became safer and more predictable, reducing the risk of banditry and enabling merchants to travel vast distances with relative security. This stability encouraged the movement of goods, people, and capital, and facilitated the growth of urban centers along key trade corridors. Caravans carried silk, spices, precious metals, ceramics, paper, glassware,
horses, and other commodities, creating a complex network of economic interdependence across the continent. Markets expanded, production diversified, and regional specialization emerged as different areas supplied goods to meet the demands of distant consumers, demonstrating the transformative effect of Mongol trade policy on economic organization. Mongol diplomacy played a crucial role in maintaining these trade networks. The empire established formal envoys and messenger systems to communicate with neighboring states, tributary polities, and distant empires. Ambassadors carried letters, gifts, and proposals, often traversing thousands of kilometers to negotiate alliances, peace treaties, or trade agreements. Diplomatic recognition and protection granted by the Mongols allowed merchants from Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia to travel with legal protection, while local authorities were encouraged to respect trade regulations under the empire's oversight. This system of diplomacy and enforcement facilitated the integration of diverse economic regions, ensuring that goods could move with predictability and consistency, which in turn stimulated production, urban growth, and cultural exchange. The Mongols' administrative innovations also supported economic integration. The empire standardized taxation systems, weights and measures, and legal protections for commerce. Merchants could operate under imperial regulations, pay fixed tariffs, and utilize official weigh stations, reducing uncertainty and fostering confidence in long-distance trade. The Yam relay system, originally designed for imperial communication, was often used by merchants to expedite travel, providing rest stations, supplies, and security. These administrative measures created a coherent infrastructure that linked markets, producers, and consumers across Eurasia, making trade more efficient and predictable than in many previous periods. Financial instruments and credit systems developed under Mongol oversight further strengthened economic integration. Merchants could use promissory notes, letters of credit, and other financial mechanisms to facilitate large-scale transactions across distances. Banking practices evolved in key urban centers, enabling trade in bulk commodities and reducing the risks associated with transporting valuable goods. The Mongols' emphasis on record-keeping, accountability, and contractual enforcement provided a level of institutional reliability that encouraged investment and commercial expansion. By integrating economic governance with administrative oversight, the Mongols created a framework that supported both local economies and intercontinental commerce. Mongol promotion of multicultural urban centers also contributed to economic integration. Cities along major trade routes became hubs for artisans, merchants, and financiers from diverse backgrounds, creating marketplaces where goods, technologies, and ideas converged. Karakoram, Samarkand, Bukhara, and Beijing served as centers where European, Persian, Chinese, and Central Asian merchants interacted, exchanged commodities, and transmitted knowledge. These cities were not only commercial centers, but also nodes of intellectual and technological exchange, illustrating the close relationship between economic and cultural integration under Mongol rule. The Mongols also encouraged the migration of skilled workers, artisans, and experts to facilitate economic development. Engineers, metalworkers, potters, textile producers, and shipbuilders were often relocated to strategic regions to enhance production capabilities and infrastructure. This deliberate movement of human capital allowed the empire to exploit regional resources efficiently while fostering innovation and technological exchange. Economic and intellectual integration were therefore intertwined, as Mongol policies promoted both commercial expansion and the diffusion of practical knowledge. International trade under Mongol oversight had profound global consequences. European merchants gained unprecedented access to Eastern goods, including silk, porcelain, spices, and paper, which fueled demand, inspired cultural fascination, and influenced local economies. The expansion of trade also facilitated the transfer of knowledge, as scientific instruments, navigational tools, and mathematical techniques moved alongside material commodities. Mongol trade networks thus functioned as conduits for both economic and intellectual globalization, shaping the development of Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, and East Asia for centuries to come. The empire's diplomatic and trade policies also encouraged cooperation and competition among merchants, fostering economic dynamism. Merchants from different regions learned to navigate foreign markets, establish partnerships, and compete for access to trade routes. This interaction stimulated innovation in production, marketing, and transportation. The integration of markets across the Mongol domain created economies of scale, encouraged specialization, and generated wealth that supported urban growth, artistic production, and cultural patronage. In this way, Mongol trade policy not only facilitated commerce, but also underpinned broader patterns of social and cultural development. The Mongols' approach to taxation and resource management reinforced economic stability. Tribute systems, tariffs, and levies were designed to balance state revenue with incentives for trade and production. The Mongols often adjusted taxation to accommodate regional economic conditions, ensuring that markets remained functional and profitable. By linking administrative oversight with economic incentives, the Mongols created a framework in which commerce could flourish without undermining political stability. Environmental and logistical considerations were integral to the Mongols' economic integration strategies. Trade routes, caravan stations, and urban centers were strategically placed to maximize resource efficiency, access to water, and protection from natural hazards. The empire's understanding of geography, climate, and terrain informed both military campaigns and economic planning, demonstrating the interplay between environmental knowledge and commercial strategy. In conclusion, Part 28 highlights the Mongol Empire's transformative impact on diplomacy, trade, and the integration of Eurasian economies. Through secure trade routes, standardized regulations, financial innovation, diplomatic networks, and the strategic relocation of skilled personnel, the Mongols facilitated unprecedented levels of connectivity across continents. Their policies stimulated commerce, urban growth, technological exchange, and cultural interaction, laying the foundations for early globalization. By understanding the Mongols as architects of economic integration as well as conquerors, historians gain insight into the mechanisms through which empires can not only shape political and military landscapes, but also the structure and dynamics of regional and intercontinental economies.
Part 29 of the Mongol Empire narrative focuses on the cultural legacy, art, architecture, and literary influence shaped directly and indirectly by the rise of Genghis Khan and the expansion of the Mongol Empire across Eurasia. While earlier parts emphasized conquest, governance, trade, science, and diplomacy, this section highlights how Mongol rule reshaped cultural expression by connecting civilizations that had previously developed in relative isolation. The Mongols themselves were traditionally nomadic, valuing oral history, symbolism, and practical craftsmanship rather than monumental architecture or written literature. Yet their empire became one of the greatest cultural conduits in human history, allowing artistic styles, architectural techniques, and literary traditions to merge and evolve across continents. Mongol cultural influence emerged primarily through integration rather than imposition. Instead of enforcing a single artistic or literary style, the Mongols encouraged diversity and tolerated local traditions, allowing regional cultures to flourish under imperial protection. This policy created an environment in which Persian miniature painting, Chinese landscape art, Islamic calligraphy, Central Asian textile design, and European craftsmanship interacted freely. Artistic motifs traveled along Mongol trade routes, blending steppe symbolism with urban aesthetics and producing hybrid forms that reflected the empire's multicultural reality. Dragons, falcons, clouds, geometric patterns, and calligraphic inscriptions appeared together in textiles, ceramics, metalwork, and manuscripts, symbolizing the interconnected world forged by Mongol expansion. Architecture under Mongol rule reflected both pragmatism and cultural synthesis. Although the Mongols did not initially build grand stone cities, they patronized construction projects in conquered regions, employing architects and engineers from Persia, China, and Central Asia. Cities such as Karakoram, Samarkand, and Khanbalik became architectural crossroads where Islamic domes, Chinese urban planning, and Central Asian structural techniques converged. Mongol rulers commissioned palaces, administrative centers, religious buildings, and infrastructure projects that combined multiple traditions, demonstrating how imperial authority could be expressed through cultural inclusion rather than uniformity. Literary exchange flourished under Mongol protection, even though the Mongols themselves relied heavily on oral tradition. Epic storytelling, genealogies, and heroic narratives were preserved through recitation and later recorded in written form, most notably in works such as The Secret History of the Mongols. This text not only chronicled the life of Genghis Khan, but also preserved Mongol values, social structures, and worldview, offering insight into steppe culture and leadership philosophy. At the same time, Persian historians, Chinese scholars, Arab chroniclers, and European travelers documented Mongol rule, creating a vast multilingual archive that shaped global historical memory. The Mongol Empire also played a crucial role in the transmission of literary forms and knowledge. Poetry, philosophical texts, religious scriptures, and scientific treatises moved across the empire through translation and copying. Persian literature influenced Central Asian and Indian courts, Chinese printing techniques spread westward, and Islamic scholarship reached East Asia. This circulation of texts contributed to the preservation of classical knowledge and inspired new literary traditions, demonstrating how Mongol connectivity accelerated cultural continuity and innovation. Music, performance, and ceremonial culture further reflected Mongol cultural synthesis. Court rituals incorporated elements from Turkic, Persian, Chinese, and Tibetan traditions, creating elaborate ceremonies that reinforced imperial authority while respecting cultural diversity. Instruments, melodies, and performance styles traveled with musicians and entertainers, enriching local traditions and contributing to the development of shared cultural expressions across regions. These exchanges illustrate how Mongol rule fostered a dynamic cultural environment rather than a static imperial culture. Artistic patronage under Mongol successors, such as the Ilkhanate and Yuan dynasty, further expanded cultural influence. Mongol rulers supported artists, scholars, and architects, recognizing cultural production as a means of legitimizing authority and strengthening imperial identity. Illustrated manuscripts, monumental architecture, and decorative arts flourished under this patronage, blending Mongol symbolism with regional aesthetics. These works left lasting impressions on later Islamic, Chinese, and Central Asian artistic traditions, demonstrating the enduring impact of Mongol cultural integration. The Mongol cultural legacy extended beyond aesthetics into values and worldview. Concepts of mobility, adaptability, meritocracy, and cosmopolitanism influenced court culture and governance across Eurasia. The Mongol emphasis on loyalty, honor, and collective responsibility shaped social norms within the empire and resonated in later political and military traditions. Through cultural exchange and integration, the Mongols contributed to a broader understanding of identity that transcended ethnic and regional boundaries. In the long term, Mongol cultural influence shaped global imagination. European literature and travel accounts portrayed the Mongols as both fearsome conquerors and exotic rulers, inspiring myths, legends, and artistic depictions that persisted for centuries. In Asia, Genghis Khan became a symbol of unity, strength, and ancestral pride, influencing national narratives and cultural identity. These representations demonstrate how Mongol history transcended its immediate historical context to become a powerful cultural symbol across civilizations. In conclusion, Part 29 reveals that the Mongol Empire's cultural legacy was defined not by domination, but by connection. Through tolerance, patronage, and mobility, the Mongols created a cultural ecosystem in which art, architecture, literature, and performance flourished across borders. Their empire functioned as a bridge between civilizations, enabling artistic synthesis, literary exchange, and cultural continuity on a global scale. This legacy endures in the artistic traditions, historical narratives, and cultural identities of Eurasia, underscoring the Mongols' role not only as conquerors, but as architects of a connected cultural world.
Part 30, the final chapter of the Mongol Empire narrative, brings together the life of Genghis Khan and the vast historical consequences of the empire he created, offering a comprehensive reflection on power, transformation, and legacy in world history. From the harsh steppes of Mongolia emerged a leader who began life in poverty, exile, and struggle, yet reshaped the political, cultural, and economic structure of Eurasia more profoundly than almost any other individual in human history. Genghis Khan's rise was not merely the story of conquest, but a radical reimagining of leadership, unity, and governance in a fragmented world. Genghis Khan transformed tribal warfare into a disciplined imperial system rooted in loyalty, merit, and adaptability. By breaking traditional clan hierarchies and promoting individuals based on ability rather than birth, he forged an army capable of unprecedented coordination and resilience. This military innovation allowed the Mongols to defeat far larger and wealthier civilizations, but it also laid the foundation for a new form of governance that valued efficiency, intelligence, and unity. His legal code, administrative reforms, and emphasis on order created stability across vast territories, proving that conquest alone could not sustain empire without structure and vision. The Mongol Empire's expansion under Genghis Khan and his successors reshaped the political map of Eurasia. Empires fell, borders shifted, and new states emerged from the Mongol legacy, including the Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in Russia, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia. These successor states carried Mongol administrative practices, military strategies, and cultural openness into their own political systems, ensuring that Mongol influence endured long after the empire fragmented. The Mongols demonstrated that empire could function as a network rather than a single centralized authority, adapting to regional conditions while maintaining shared principles. Beyond politics and warfare, the Mongol Empire transformed global connectivity. Through the Pax Mongolica, trade routes became safer, communication accelerated, and cultures interacted on an unprecedented scale. Goods, ideas, technologies, and beliefs traveled across continents, linking East and West in ways that reshaped economies and societies. Scientific knowledge, medical practices, cartography, and technological innovations spread through Mongol networks, contributing to developments that would later influence the Renaissance, the Islamic Golden Age's continuation, and the evolution of early modern states. In this sense, the Mongols were architects of early globalization, creating the conditions for a connected world long before the modern era. Environmental and demographic transformations further illustrate the complexity of Mongol impact. Warfare, migration, and trade altered landscapes, populations, and ecosystems, while the movement of people and goods facilitated both prosperity and catastrophe, including the spread of disease. These consequences reveal the dual nature of empire as a force of creation and destruction, highlighting how Mongol expansion accelerated historical processes that reshaped human societies on a global scale. Genghis Khan's personal legacy remains one of the most debated in history. To some, he's remembered as a ruthless conqueror responsible for immense suffering.
To others, he's revered as a unifier, lawgiver, and symbol of national identity. This duality reflects the broader truth of history itself, where transformative figures often embody contradiction. Genghis Khan's vision, discipline, and adaptability enabled extraordinary achievements, while the violence of conquest left deep scars. Understanding his legacy requires acknowledging both dimensions, recognizing that historical impact cannot be reduced to moral simplicity. The enduring influence of the Mongol Empire is evident in modern political thought, military strategy, economic integration, and cultural identity. Concepts of mobility, meritocracy, intelligence gathering, and administrative efficiency pioneered by the Mongols continued to resonate in contemporary governance and strategic planning. National narratives across Asia and Europe still grapple with Mongol history, reflecting its profound and lasting imprint on collective memory and identity. In conclusion, the story of the Mongol Empire and Genghis Khan is not merely a tale of conquest, but a turning point in world history. It represents the moment when vast regions of Eurasia became interconnected through power, trade, and ideas, reshaping the trajectory of human civilization. Genghis Khan's empire demonstrated that leadership, organization, and vision could transform the world, for better and for worse. As this AI history series comes to an end, the Mongol Empire stands as a reminder that history is shaped not only by destruction, but by connection, adaptation, and the enduring human drive to transcend boundaries.